What up? What up? What up? Yes, sir. What's up? First show of the new year, baby. Yes, sir. The first show of the new year. Y'all come right on in here. Don't forget to hit them like buttons, fellas. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Show some love. Hit that like button. Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. I want to give a big shout out to my main man, the one and only, long-time supporter, the one and only, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up, fam? Another long-time supporter, my man, Mr. Michael Schrader's in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to the DMV. Freeze! What up, fam? My man Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my peeps, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. We coming into a new year. Don't forget to hit that like button. Want to give a big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Special shout out to all my people out there on the back street show. We coming into a whole new year, bulldogging, baby. Yes, sir. So let's get this party started all right. Look, don't forget to participate in the poll. Don't forget to participate in the poll. Just remember, the poll, not a wrong or right answer. It's just how you feel about it. So participation is always a must. So don't forget to hit that, that poll question. Show some love. Trying to determine if we want to put the number up tonight to do some call-ins, because when the poll gets kind of lopsided or gets questionable, I just like to hear other people's opinions on or comments based on the situation. So I'm gonna just leave that up to my Shark Tank people. Let's see what direction we're gonna take that in. Want to give a big shout out to my main man, Fat Bun Ray in the house. What up, fam? The one and only High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? My man K-Walk. What's up, fam? M1. Yo, M1. What up, fam? Shout out to my main man, Mr. Will Torres in the house. What up, fam? What up? What up? Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you to everybody for coming out for the first show of the 2024 season, kicking it off on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Hope everybody enjoyed yourself. Beginning of every year, you know how shit is. It's cold and all that other shit comes along with it. And you just kindly, slowly build up that, momentum coming in for that summer. So, you know what I mean? It's one of them times to where that's where I am. Here in Florida, I know we're fortunate because it did, it's like 53, 60-some degrees. And me, it's cold. That's cold. I got to cut the heat on. But for everybody else, with them colder states, I know y'all catching hell. But all the way around, it's the beginning of a new year. Trying to get it started out right. Today we're going to have a little controversial conversation. Because I see a lot of people, especially when it comes down to papers and how dogs is bred, and some people will do this and some people won't do this. Everybody got their own preference. But when you're doing it in the now, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I try to get a conversation where so here's a controversial dog right here. Anything to deal with Maurice Carver is always going to be controversial. But I think this one of the great controversial dogs that Maurice had was Stompanato. Not only he wasn't bred the way he was supposed to be bred, supposed to be half staff, something else. But see, I know at one point Wendy Wildside, I believe it was Wildside, Kennels had Stompanato. And I know some people out of Chicago actually, from my understanding, they the breeders of Stompanato. It wasn't Maurice, and it wasn't Ed Farron. So you got a couple stories out there. But the thing is, history speaks for itself. Because you can go back and say, well, he was all this and he was all that. But the dog still was a register of merit. And some say he was a two-time winner. I don't know. I wasn't back there, but, just based on some of the stories I heard, and I knew, kind of got a little bit of insight from the people who actually had the dog out of Chicago. And from my understanding, he, two-time winner. So, again, the dog passed through so many hands, and then, with Maurice doing what he do with papers, who's to say? The thing is, throw all that out the window, because now we can look back on history and we can say, well, results. Well, we got some hellified results. I think even to this day, when I go look in our own dog's papers, got Stompanato in them. So does it give him a black eye? To me, no, because even back in our time, regardless of what the situation was, everybody was still breeding to him. I mean, I know Mo gonna go with a pedigree, and the dog was bred so many damn times. It was like, damn, and he's an ROM. So that says a whole lot about, how dogs can be bred, the myth that comes with the damn dog. Can't trust the person with the dog, but does it really stop people from doing, breeding and obtaining the dogs? I guess it's all about a preference. But this is one of them situations where he didn't carry the grand champion or the champion, shit behind his name. But something made Maurice breed the shit out of it. Now that may be why Maurice fixed the papers and make it more of a liking to the people who were getting dogs from him. But regardless of the fact, everybody understood you couldn't believe nothing that Maurice said. But still, a whole lot of breeding, a whole lot of people had them dogs, and a whole lot of champions. And I think it was a couple grand champions. I can't tell you right off the top. I know he was bred a whole lot, and he produced some really good dogs. And there's a lot of them dogs. I guess you would have to say that because look how many times he was bred. But he still showed up in a lot of people's pedigrees. So I'm not one to be knocking it. I just think it's such for a good conversation based on, when you start talking about the now and you relate to, you don't know what's going to happen into the future. But if you take something that happened in the past, and just follow the results, that one didn't turn out all that bad because I guess at some point, if you was trying to have some of that good shit on your yard, it did not matter because, like, we talked about the Midnight Cowboy shit, and again, that's what brings us back to talking about Stompanato because regardless of how you look at it, you can't go back in the past and change nothing, but you can actually have a reference point that you could go back there and look and see what came out of a situation that was actually kind of fresh when we were in the game. Because, anybody who had the journal, Maurice did not hesitate when it came down to advertising in the journals and the magazines. So, yeah, he was out there and puppies was being sold and people were buying them. Because if they weren't buying them, why would he keep breeding them as much as he was breeding? So I'm just a fan of the myth, because now, you got all the stories now. So you probably hear so much now, but imagine back then when it was fresh, you know, hot commodity. Trust me, it was a very hot commodity. Dog didn't have no championship or nothing under his belt, but the thing was, it was Maurice Carver, first of all. And the second thing I thought about all the attention was the pedigree that he came up with. So I guess later on down the line, the controversy about Maurice, Mr. Carver, and the way he did pedigrees, that kind of grew over the years. But we looking at the late 80s, early 90s, and coming forward. And remember, all that was for us, that was our now. So it wasn't really as controversial as it is today. So controversy grew over the years. But the performance of the dog was, the seeds had already been planted. So you got to be able to take a look at it and still understand why, I feel good, when I can see in some of our dogs that Stompanato back there. Because, regardless of what people might say or what people might think, the dog speaks, the part of the dog and his production speaks for itself. So, who am I to knock something that's producing? Might not be produced for everybody, but shit, for as much as they was breeding, you know, percentage wise, I wouldn't understand about the percentage part of it because again, when the dogs was in the right people's hands, they definitely produced, and that's the key to. Regardless, you can breed a dog 100 times, but out of that 100 people with dogs, the percentage is going to be based off of what? Which 100 people got the dogs? You know, that's why I don't get into percentages because most of our dogs actually went into dog man's hands, but because we didn't do a lot of breeding, you know, outside for ourselves, and wasn't trying to let too much get away. So keeping that part in mind, it's easy to sit here and say, you know, well, hell, he was bred over 100 times, but he only produced this such and such. Then you got to go down the list and see who all had what dogs. That makes a big difference in any type of breeding program. Who actually has the dogs? Because if you notice, most of the good breedings, ROMs and PORs, came out of people who were dog men. People who, they had a reputation and, they had a little clout behind it. Because if it wasn't going to be about nothing when you're dealing with them people, it's not going to be on the yard. So has times changed? I don't think time has changed that much. It's still going to always boil down to the real dog men and what they do with their dogs, and how their dogs perform for them, or how their breeding program performs for them. That makes up a lot of what we call quality bulldogs. So, like I said, not everybody should have these dogs. But again, quality is always going to be based on the person who's handling and doing the breed and the upkeep. And that's what really matters. Because you can have a good dog and still be a shitty owner, and we're not going to be talking about that dog because there's nothing to talk about. So I think that's a good conversation to start the new year off because, again, you know, we're talking about preserving of a breed. You know, when you talk about preservation, you want to make sure, in this game, only the strong survive. Now, you can take papers and start matching up papers, but again, coming from who I know personally, you know, I always felt we had good bred dogs, but not everything in those litters clicked. So, that plays a major role in what's what. Not everything in the litter is going to be that deal. So, me personally, I'm that kind of guy that just believes in keeping everything and then keeping enough to know that you're going to have the best of what you just did. Because that's how I feel about breeding, The purpose of breeding, if you're not trying to get the best out of what you did, and then why go take all of everything and then sell it like it's all going to be the shit when it's all not going to be the shit? Who's just like it's a gamble. I just take the gamble out the game. You know, the gambling part of the game is just not worth it. You want to get the best out of something, you create the best. And the best will speak for itself. Why? Because it's going to be evident. Evident. It's going to be evident in the dog, and it's going to be evident in his production. So I think that's the key thing that I'm actually been trying to get across as far as preservation and the quality, not the quantity, but the quality of what's being produced. So, I try to come up with things where I can try to take the past and make it fit for our now, because everybody, quick to show their puppies and quick to show a pedigree, but look at that as our now and just think 4 or 5 years from this now, there's going to be a story or it's not going to be a story. There's going to be greatness in that preservation, or it's going to be nothing to talk about. So it's always got to be able to say there's going to have to be something to talk about. That's what has made this fraternity and this game last for the years that it has lasted. So that's that's where I'm at with that. So hey, don't forget to take the poll. You know, the poll. Remember, it's not a right or wrong answer. It's just a temperature check because you know we deal with a whole lot of back and forth of breeding dogs without papers, dogs not being registered. And here's a dog. The papers could have been wrong, half staff, and you grab your papers nowadays and you look close enough, you're gonna go back far enough, you're gonna find Stompanato in it. You know, because he was one of Maurice's, you know, quality bred dogs to him. Because shit, why else would he breed him so damn much? I mean, he bred him to Art Smith. I gotta, you know, I let Mo go over the dogs that they bred him with because it's a list of them. But one I bring attention is Art Missy. You know, come on. I mean, she wasn't a bad one, producing bigs. But that's just something that I need fellas to just, you know, don't argue about it, but just based on your preference. I'm gonna put it like that. Your preference. Some who wouldn't do it, some who would do it. For the ones who wouldn't do it, is it because of the half staff? And the ones who would do it, is it because you know that his production was all that? Because it's easy to say you would do it knowing what he could produce compared to trying to pull some of that shit off now and not have a reference to what he could produce. So that's why I put it out there because, again, we already know what history said he could do, and if he was half staff or not, regardless of what the paper said. History shows us what it looked like. I gotta admit, it wasn't bad. You know what I'm saying? Because it's ROM, and you can get back there and do your own research and see for yourself. He was bred a lot, but he produced some damn good dogs. So it was just good to have Stompanato show up in your shit. Even though we didn't have big dogs, we never dealt with big dogs. But you know, here recently, but then I don't think we had Stompanato like we do now. You know, we got the ones got him in there. We got Big Dog, so I guess that's a change. You know what I mean? Because it ain't nothing really changed for us except for you. You know, you can still throw the Zebo in there, but now you got some Stompanato back up in there. Then you like, well, now all of a sudden you got these big 45, 46, 48-pound dogs. You know, young dogs, big dogs. You know, so I'll be okay. Well, that's a plus for us because you know we journey didn't carry big dogs at all. So I don't know what these big dogs gonna produce now moving forward based on you know how we breed moving forward. But again, it's one of them things that you know them traits that you're always looking. We always talk about. You know the pedigree and you know your dogs and you bring something new into it and there's a change. You got to kind of understand where that change came from. And it's not a bad change. It's just something that you would expect when you're doing something different. You know, when you experiment, you know, everything's on the table. So at that point in time, appreciate everybody for showing up. Let me see if I got anybody that I may have missed. Big shout out to my man Green Team. Jay DeSousis. What's up, fam? Pressure Kennels Combine. I see you. My man Dreadlock. I see you. Represent Arkansas, Louisiana Combine. My man Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Mr. John Kramer. What up, fam? One and only Mr. Eli Monster. What up, fam? My man, my little brother, my main man. Live life real. What up, fam? What's up? The Almighty One. What up, fam? Hey, man, I want my man Double M Desbo. What's up, fam? I want to first, and like, again, I want to make sure I say Happy New Year to everybody. You know, and I wish a Happy New Year for everybody moving forward, especially with these Bulldogs. My man, Mr. William Torres. My man, Heart and Finish Kennels. I see y'all, fam. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Mo. And look, fellas, y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. You know, y'all can just type it in the chat because, again, I'm watching the poll. And if you want to call in, you know what I mean, I'll post the number up there. You know, sometimes I post the number up there and nobody calls in. And for the ones who do have the number, y'all know what to do. If you want to get on, you just call in. You know, I want people to get more involved in sharing more of their opinions. You know what I mean? I think that's what really matters. You know, you throw a poll out there and people vote, but you don't understand why they vote the way they do. And it's not meant to be a debate because people have the right to feel the way they want to feel, but we talk about Bulldogs. And I think it's only fair if we trying to educate and move forward with this, you got to be able to talk and be able to voice your opinion. And I, going into this year, I'm going to be pushing that a lot. Hey, if you vote, don't be afraid to speak on why you vote the way you do, because that's the purpose of the poll. We use the poll as a temperature check because we understand our audience. A lot of my people out there on the back street, y'all know what's up, but y'all know y'all can call in. All my people hanging out there in the Shark Tank. You know, I see y'all conversate between yourselves, but not everybody out there is actually into what the Shark Tank's doing because some that y'all don't say why you vote the way you do. Now, some people they have their comments in there, but then it's not enough to where if a person's not really paying attention to what's going on in the chat and they just sitting back, just chilling, watching the show, they miss a lot. And that's why I want to get a lot more people calling in talking. Because again, we have a big community here. I mean, for me, because our average views on our videos is 2,000. That's a lot of damn people on a consistent basis that's watching this show. And I just don't want the show to get stale because there's only so much you're gonna go over. What I want to actually start seeing happen is other people get more involved in just sharing their opinions on how they do and the things that we do to maintain and have these animals, whether it be through the feeding program, the maintenance of them, the warming process, how to keep them, how you breeding, how it's bred. I mean, all these things. Don't. It's not. We're only gonna tell you our part. You know, after the years that we've been doing this, but this fraternity been around many years, and there's a lot of uh, pit bull connoisseurs out here who have just as much knowledge, as not more, than we have. So I just want to make sure we get a chance to share um, a lot of this information with our community. Again, going into the new year, because again, without y'all, this show wouldn't be what it is, and without y'all, these dogs wouldn't be around and still as popular as they are. So, as I turn this over, big shout out to my man, Mr. Marvin Glover in the house. What up, Marv? It's on you, bro. Plug up today, man. Diving in the stomping out of today, right? What's up, everybody? Coming into view. Hey! Coming to the new year, stepping up here with y'all. Hey, y'all, you know it's cold down here in Florida. In Tampa, Florida, it's like 55 degrees. You see me with this jacket on. I think, you know, we got them running around here in bathing suits right now, y'all. We got them putting a little bit. They wearing sheer. They wearing sheer. Okay? They usually don't even wear nothing. But now I see them out there wearing sheer. It's still cold, and they still got stuff you can see through. So at least got something on today. Let's chill. How y'all doing? I hope everybody had a happy holiday. Everybody stay safe. Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Uncle Willie in the house. What up, fam? What's up, Uncle Willie? Another thing, before we get into this too much, y'all, I want to just go over one little quick topic. It's a very important topic. We didn't done this before, but I'm running into a high percentage of guys calling me, and their dogs is getting sick all of a sudden, like there's something going around. There is something going around. There is something going around. It's affecting these dogs. But the ones that I'm running into, because of the weather changes, what I'm seeing good dogs go down so quick, you would think that they got something, but that's what I'm finding. I'm finding problems with worms. Worms. Guys, without a microscope, you're not going to know if your dog got worms. You don't even know if you're treating the right shit. If you got fleas, you got tapeworms. Regular worm medicine is not going to take care of tapeworms. Okay? I hear guys talking about they use Ivermectin. Ivermectin is not going to take care of tapeworms. Okay? Now, we're going to have to do a show. And we did this before. And, you know, I always said, you know, microscopes for the investments that you put into your dogs, it would be wise to have a microscope. I mean, you buy everything else for them, meals and collars and this and that, but you know what I'm saying? Invest in a microscope. If you're feeding more than 5 dogs, get a microscope. Get the little fecal collector and a magic marker that you can mark on. And get you a microscope and learn how to identify the worms. Learn how to diagnose your dog shit to see who got worms and who don't. You know, don't just go worm in the damn yard and figure that's going to be the fix all, because you don't know what you're worming for. You might be worming with that the Nemex style of worming, and you're not catching no tapeworms. And if you're going to use the tapeworm medicine, make sure you use the tapeworm medicine to cover them all. But why use it if you don't got tapeworms? I wouldn't use the tapeworm medicine to cure all the worms, because the expense of it. It's expensive. Not cheap. Even when you buy the Safeguard and you can use that instead of Panicure, it's still expensive. You know, you can get that the bottle we use, Protenadol, that one right there, I can't really say it, I'll try to. But yeah, that right there, it works, but it doesn't take care of tapeworms. Ivermectin is only used to prevent heartworms, guys. It's not going to kill no other worms, so just understand that. I mean, I hear guys say it can or it does, but, the active ingredient is actually used for is actually used for heartworms. Heartworms and hookworms is totally 2 different categories and 2 different types of worms. Okay, so yeah, get you a microscope. I mean, I don't mind going through a show, and we can go over that again for some of the maintenance and stuff that the real things to really have on the yard, to have a bunch of dogs. You know what I'm saying? And the care and taking. We have kennel accidents. It's not even safe to have a kennel accident because, you take your dog to the vet, you got a problem. Like accidents is allowed to happen to everybody's animal but a pit bull. You know what I'm saying? So some of this home care guys, you got to tighten up. Tighten up. Don't want to catch too many of you guys out here trying to fix up something and you're going to fix it up in the right way. We can get in here and we can show you how to fix your animals up in a good way where the healing process shows a lot better animal than, you know, the process that's leaving a lot of unnecessary things left on your dog that shouldn't be there, that you can cover up by just giving proper treatment at the time that you had these little accidents. You know, who don't have a dog getting loose on the yard? And Lord knows if we're not home, you know, and we're in a confined area, Lord knows you already know what you come home to sometimes, a massacre, and it doesn't look pretty. So definitely want to get back in there, guys, and start talking about some of that stuff too. Go back to some of the stuff that we've been over. But a lot of people who's been around, you know, probably jumped on the bandwagon a little late. They probably missed these videos because you got like 180 something videos back there, and you know, there's a lot of information in them. I be having guys talk about, you know, the key, and I told them, go through those videos. Let's be back, man. Yeah, okay. I think when we left off, I was just going over with y'all, letting y'all know, you know, we get a chance. We'll go back down through some of these things and go back through some of those things. I was saying something about the key. I was telling people that, you know, you follow those videos, there's not too much that you don't know about our key. You know, a little putting together and reading between the lines, you know, it's out there. I know I dropped a lot of information out there throughout these videos. And like most guys will tell you, even in the chat room, they'll tell you, yeah, he didn't put a lot of information out there. If you got an idea, you know, he didn't damn near put it out there. He just didn't tell you certain little things. That the most biggest part of it was when it comes to the work and how I worked and the different things that I did when I worked. You know, we have been over. Let's talk about Stompanato. We was talking about Midnight Cowboy and him having a line. You know, we didn't, you know, our conclusion, you know, is still in the air. But when we say that about Stompanato, because you hardly ever hear anybody say, I got Stompanato dog. Hardly ever hear that. And wonder why. You know, Stompanato was bred a lot. You know, and he produced some good dogs, so why we ain't got a Stompanato line? We gonna investigate that. We're gonna see what's going on with that. What y'all think? That'd be a good start. Chat room, listeners, you know, it would help sometime if y'all guys got something to add to it, because there's a lot of guys out there that know things. Really become helpful. We've seen it many times. So be encouraged by me to join in. And maybe there's some blanks in there that I may miss. Okay. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already done so. Don't forget to subscribe in case you haven't. Thank you. PSA. Public service announcement. All right, y'all. Let's dive in here. This thing. Let's get it right. Nick, Mike, talk about the poll right quick before you go, man. Let's step out on us. Yes, sir. Poll question tonight was: Carver's Stompanato Register of Merit is in a lot Dog's pedigrees. Should it matter if he was half staff? We have 26% that says yes, 74% that said no. Thank you for everybody participating in the poll. Again, it's not a right or wrong answer situation, so for those who haven't taken the poll, don't forget to take the poll. Thank you. How's that? I know. I know the guy who, Randy McCullum, had Stompanato, and I think he had them. He had the litter. If I'm corrected, actually, he had the litter, and he kept Stompanato and gave Maurice the rest of them. If I'm correct, there was I think it was he kept a male and a female. One of them was Stompanato. So that's an old story that I heard, and I actually heard that from somebody who was real close to him. That's him right there. What y'all think? First of all, why we ain't got a Stompanato line? Why we don't call it a Stompanato line like we call, the Jeep line, the Red Boy line? I mean, even when it comes down to the Stompanato line, we don't really call it. We don't never. I hardly ever hear anybody say Stompanato line. They talk shit about the papers, right? They say it ain't right. What McCullum say? McCullum said he was right. He said the bottom was right. Even back then, he questioned the bottom. He didn't question the bottom. He questioned the top. It was Black Sign that he questioned, being Stompanato's daddy. But he definitely had the litter. From what I heard, that he had the litter for those dogs. Now, what staff would produce the kind of dogs that they produced is beyond me. Big boy, though. He definitely is a Boudreaux dog, ain't he, though? Definitely is. And then when you look down there and see that Orphan Annie down there coming off that cross Z, she was a good producer. You know what I'm saying, y'all? Y'all looking at that as we're going down through here, because I'm gonna be hitting that. Them offsprings, and we're gonna go over a couple of these, because it seemed like compared to Midnight Cowboy, I was sad to say that Stompanato was just as good as Midnight Cowboy when it comes to producing. Where we gonna start at, y'all? Me, I'm always a fan of starting off with the winners. I like those champions over everybody, and then I work my way back. Look at the other lines and stuff like that. But I'm definitely a farmer when it comes to. See if I can make this a little smaller here, so we can get everybody in here. What's going on? Okay, let me find me a champion here. There's Oceptus is what they call him. I hope I'm saying it right. I go to Ty first. We all know that Stompanato and Arts Missy. Again, I like to go over the fact that Arts Missy and Boomerang were litter mates. I always bring that to everybody's attention for so many of them that don't remember that or know that. So, you know, I'm already putting a plus on. I'm putting a plus around her anyway. Okay, major factor in that. Just the fact that she there. Produce a good dog, so damn self. You know what I mean? So, a whole lot of carver down there at the bottom. But if you notice, we see that Fitzwater's goatee even down there. You see that? Down there in Miss Pike. You know, I noticed that in several Eli dogs. Got Carver, Orphan Annie, she's down, she's up in there. And then you got that Merc. And we know both of those dogs were good producers. And if you look at it, you would have to say that's a factor that you definitely have to consider when you breed. You know what I'm saying? That's a champion right there. I don't know if he produced. But it's two different pedigrees, but it's the same dog. So I'm gonna click on this one here. Bangkok's Blue Eyes, 4-time winner. Again, we see some familiarity when you look at these pedigrees and you wonder why these dogs work. Can't say there's not a pattern there or a formula.
Anonymous would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. Hello?
Mike, you ain't on the air, is you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you is?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow.
Who is it?
It's M1.
Okay, fam.
I'm going to call you tomorrow. Shit, man, we went to the club Friday night, but I'll holler at you tomorrow.
Okay. I see you in the chat. Call me later on.
Yeah. Huh?
Call me later on. I'll be up all night.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, fam.
All right.
All right, M1. Yeah, okay. Now the bottom, it look good too though. But you see, there is a pattern, there is a formula there. And I always say, y'all, when we get these kind of results right here, we get these results because of what's going on in here. Especially when you notice there is a consistency in the production. You got a lot to bring to the table. Again, he decided to breed his bitch to that. You know, with all reasons to do so. You see, we got the Arts Missy down there. We got Bully Son down there. You know, everybody's playing in that right range. Even all the way down here to Kilroy. You know what I'm saying? Let me show you Kilroy right quick. Coming off of Halls and Stomper. Same shit. To me, this is why they dogs stay consistent. And for those, if you notice, you see these same old chemistry players right here. So dog man that was doing all this down in these areas here, they were paying attention. You know, they wasn't trying to create nothing new. They were trying to maintain what they had. Condition weight, 54. Sure wasn't no little guy. Did y'all see that? So if I was trying to breed some Eli dogs and don't know if a lot of these dogs were still around, you know, that was just one breeding off of him. Off of old Ty. A good bred dog. A winner. You know, I'm looking at that. And I'll put a plus behind that. Jim Bob down. I didn't miss the passing, did I? Okay. Waiting for it to change up, y'all. He off of stomping out. He looked like stomping out a little something there, don't he, yo, y'all? He look like he got that big ass staff head, don't he? Make you wonder. He got a staff head, that's for sure. Again, look at the breeding. We're down there looking at the same thing we just got done looking at just a minute ago, ain't we? He bred like Ty. He said they were siblings. Yeah, they was all siblings. Look at this shit. Are you gonna tell me they bred Art Missy that many times, y'all? Let's see. Let's weed out some of this shit and let's see if we can just get a real count on the litter. We got 28 dogs on here, and we just start snatching them out. We might be able to break it down to a litter. But they had some. They go rawhide. There's one. So Jackson's Besteppers, that's one. That's two right there. They go Ty, that's three. They go Jim Bob, that's four. So we have we had three champions and a grand champion out of this one litter. Yeah, that ain't bad. But he bred good enough to get that. I mean, Stompanato was an ROM off of that litter alone, wasn't he? But like most Eli dogs, we all always said, you find you a good one, you're gonna always find you a loss somewhere down in there. It's just like that when it comes to them dogs. Don't change nothing. We're gonna check and see if he was producing. We don't know much because we don't have we still working on the Stompanato line. Cause we could sure as hell put a lot of that on Arts Missy too, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all paying attention to that part right there? Cause we know she can produce. Mm-hmm. Arts Missy, Boomerang sister. Come on now. We gotta start looking at some of that too. Maybe Stompanato got a little help because of her. Cause we know she can do it. Can he do it without her? Is what we gonna find out tonight. Cause we already know he produced 3 champions and a grand champion going with Arts Missy. And when we go to pulling up back out here to Stompanato and his offspring, if y'all notice, there's a whole lot of that coming up with Arts Missy. Not too much outside of Arts Missy. We got a couple pages to go.
I want to give a special shout out to my man Solo Butt Connector coming in with a 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He said, if staff perform and produce like that, give me staff.
Hey, I'm gonna say it like this again. You throw a little staff in there, you still got that Arts Missy, y'all. We look a little closer and we gonna find out. It's why we don't have a line of Stompanato. Because could Stompanato produce without Arts Missy is the question. You know, we got a lot of points we picked up off of Arts Missy, okay? We see some nice bred dogs, but is there a factor in that conversation? Find me another champion right here that ain't part of that crew. O'Briener there. Okay, I'm gonna go back there. We're gonna check all of them to make sure. But he was off of Carver's Blue Bell, which is unknown. And to me, that was hurting him. He's black and white too. Carver did the breed, nothing off of him. Let's see if we got any siblings in that little run of dogs. You got one, Oshiba. Let's see if there's anything to talk about them. Not much, huh? Let's go check it on these and see if we got anything to look forward to here. They were still trying to breed this shit here. No. There go another unknown. You know what I'm saying? These must have been some pretty decent dogs, huh? They been a whole lot of unknown shit. Especially for him to take his shit off of Stompanato and breed this dog. This dog had to be something special. Oh, Ray Wood. He had to, we know he didn't care about the unknown shit. So for him to want to breed to that dog right there had to be something special. It's a little slow here on the turn up. Let me close some of these. Maybe we can get it to move a little faster. Okay, let's take the offspring on her. But we're looking for that common factor that says Stompanato was worthy of having his own line. You know what I'm saying? Stompanato dogs. Let's see. Twirling right here. They go nugget. I'm just slow on the internet. Probably because it's cold outside. A little slower than usual. Okay. Okay, he did some cleaning up because he definitely that Reno. And we seen this guy in the other pedigree. Hmm? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That time frame is about right.
Mm-hmm. Remember, her snooty produced smeller in it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't see much coming back out of that. Okay, that was Biner. As we look down through here, not much really other than him. We'll check on this one here. If you notice, we'll go back and check him out.
Want to give a special shout out to my man William. What up, fam?
Let's check his offspring over here. Maybe we got something. Okay, we got Holly.
Big shout out to Pedro. I see you, fam.
Female. Down the triple bread stompanato right there. One time winner, did she produce anything? Added a little bit of Midnight Cowboy onto it.
Big shout out to my man Rack City in the house. What up, fam?
Anybody know any of this stuff here, be free to speak up and send out your comments. Yeah, Duke is bread. Oh, Duke. Okay. That's a good cross. Two-time winner. I ain't really throwing much out to that, though. Okay, let's Go ahead and give it to me. And then tell me the name so I can go ahead and put them in there.
6, 8, 9, 5.
Okay, Rack City sent this in and said this is the real Stompanato's pedigree. As we look it over, it don't look as good as the one he had. That where some of that staff come from, huh? Cause he look like an old big white staff, don't he? Which one of these dogs in this line of stuff is the staff? Anybody know? Is E. Crenshaw out there doing stabs, y'all? What are we saying here? It's definitely an E. Crenshaw bred dog with a lot of unknowns in it. You go back to Kobe and Williams and them. Now somebody would say, Twin, what you think? You know what my opinion on that part right there would be? No, man. I mean, I like the other way better. I always heard that the bottom was right and the top was wrong. Maybe they didn't like the way the top looked. Gave something better. Because compared this to the other one, see what I'm saying? That breeding looks a lot better than the other breed. We still got the same bottom. It's just this top half right here. It's not as appealing as the other one. And then again, we got Maurice Carver, diving in, because he would have to take Black Beauty to Old Snow to get this done. He had to like Snow, take Beauty that way. Possibilities is definitely there. You look at it, he was a 4-time winner, and he was white. That white and black, yeah, I could see where that would be a thought. When you really go back here, back to old Stompo, this pedigree, he looks like that dog. And then when you go over his pedigree and look it over, all this right here, you ask yourself, can we pull a black and white dog out of here? Can we pull a white dog out of here? This is the question. See, that's what we want to know, because we saw the other one, and damn, he don't look like that other one, don't he, y'all? Got that staff head, all that good stuff showing on him. And he got all that white. Could that be the real true pedigree? Or is this one looks like a good pedigree? It definitely looks like one. But then you would have to say P. Carver would have had to concede that that's not the true pedigree instead of accept it for what it was. Because that is a whole lot of black up in there. What y'all think? a lot of black to have a bunch of black and white puppies. What y'all think? I mean, we still got to look at it like that. Possibilities are there. Eli was black. And even in Eli's case, he threw Art and Hurt, and they wasn't black dogs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tell me. Then when you look at Angus, Angus was black, so we go back down through there, and Chinaman then was black, so there was some black being thrown around somewhere. And just where was that buckskin shit popping up? If we're gonna keep looking at it like that, then we're gonna start asking, well, you gonna give me buckskin, or you gonna give me these black and white patches and shit? Which one is it gonna be? We're still talking about right here, Black Shine. So, you know, Eli was capable of producing black and white. Brandy, she was a dark brindle bitch. But they got black and white out of this. They could have got staff out of this.
Shout out to my man, Sporting Dog Archive. He said ADBA has about 16 dogs registered off of Bully Son and Arts Missy. But in the book, Bully Son has his son, there's a picture of the litter. There were only 6.
That's right.
In the litter, unless they repeated the breeding.
Yep, and that picture there came from Randy McCullum. I know what picture you're talking about because there was a picture of that particular breeding. And you're right, it was 6 puppies. And there was a couple whiteys in there. I'm still trying to find out where the white came from, y'all. Anybody got any other suggestions? Brindle, black. Okay, we got a little difference in the color here. Orphan Annie. Yep, then we got to go Fitzwater. We got to know about Zeke now. Okay? It could have been that throw-off. Could have been a throw-off in there somewhere. Maybe that's where some of that tan came from.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. James Jones. James Jones said, it was always said.
Talk to me, James.
It was always said that a lot of Mr. Carver's dogs had way more of Ed Crenshaw dogs in them than what is shown on the known pedigrees.
And I tend to believe, because we are definitely starting to notice there's facts to that. There is facts to that. We're noticing it. But this pedigree right here for Stompanato looks better than the E. Crenshaw shit. Right? I definitely see understanding to that.
Schoolboy Garcia would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Okay, got Schoolboy on the
Alexa, answer
hotline.
the call. What up, big bro?
What's up, Mike?
Ain't nothing, fam.
Okay, y'all, we got big brother Schoolboy in the house. You already know when he calls, he's gonna be bringing some enlightenment, I hope, because we still trying to figure this out. Schoolboy, what's up, big bro? Happy New Year, bro.
Happy New Year's, brother.
Man,
How
thank
you doing?
Anytime. Yes, sir. I'm doing fine, fam.
Good, good, good.
Go ahead, big Schoolboy. Tell me what you got for me today. Help me out.
Okay. Where to start? Okay. There's different stories about how Stompanato bred, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's one story. The staff part comes that, Carver didn't breed him. He come from Chicago.
Right. Remember I was telling you, Mr. McCullum had him. Am I right?
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I heard that too. I don't know if that's true, but he could have, He was basically Pat Carver's dog.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat Carver, she hand raised him. He was a house dog. Some stories he was cold. Some story he was a good one, but never matched, The other one, where the white comes from, is he was up of Crenshaw Snow. Carver, Ed Crenshaw, or Carver Snow, 4-time winner.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where that came from. And if you see, Stompanato, pretty big dog, right?
Right.
He looked like 60 pounds on the chain or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
So Snow was a 33-pound dog.
Uh-oh.
And that's what kind of gets people that, they could throw that big of a dog depending on the bitch, but it's like Bully's son and Eli Jr., Brandy, and Luffy. They all 50-pound dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their parents, Eli was a 38-pound dog and Spook was a 30-pound dog. So when some people mind, it don't make sense. How you gonna get big ass dogs like that from little bitty dogs, right?
Right.
Which that could happen. It could happen, And I think here's some reasons why I think Stompanato, it's not really a line, because some of the Carver dogs that left Carver's yard became their own line. So the ones Carver kept, they're just called Carver dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no real Ironhead line, right?
Right.
There's no real Cracker line or Arts Missy line or something like that. They just called Carver dogs. And Stompanato was one of the last named dogs he had, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was towards the end of his life. So he died in 1979. But before that, Pat Carver left him and took a bunch of dogs. Took her dogs, basically. Not stole them, but they were her dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she wasn't with him the last few years of his life. So I don't know if she had Stompanato, but it's right around that time where Stompanato was around that, shortly after that, or he might have been alive. That's when Carver died, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the as far as having a line, not really. He was bred, some, and there's probably some pedigrees where, depending on when they were made, that have him in them, but they didn't share the pedigrees, not Maurice, but maybe Pat,
Mm-hmm.
and there's all kinds of stories and stuff going around. But when you're talking about colors, because of the females, like Midnight Cowboy, for example, right? You were questioning how these dogs come out, this color, that color. All them colors you mentioned are behind Midnight Cowboy. Not Midnight Cowboy himself, but the females he was bred to.
Right.
So with them Bully Son dogs or Eli Jr. dogs or whatever, you're going to get almost every color you can imagine because of what's behind them, because of the females they were bred to.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get black, you're going to get black brindle, regular brindle, light brindle, brown, red, white, because all those colors to some extent are behind them dogs. That spotty white like that, you could say that comes from Arch Missy, that comes from Miss Spike. And in Stompanato's case, maybe he was off of snow. That's where you're going to get the white with the black patches. It's like some boomerang dogs. Why are they white? Most of LA Dream Team's boomerang dogs were a lot of white with patches on them, like that. I'm assuming that's because of the Arch Missy in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not so much Arch Missy, but Boomerang was Arch Missy's brother. So he potentially, because she came out black and white because of what's behind her, Miss Spike,
Mm-hmm.
Boomerang potentially could throw white dogs like that. That's my
Right.
belief.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Right, genetics
Right.
is there.
And
That's
all
true.
and a lot of them Stompanato dogs, they're just called Carver dogs, but a lot of people had them. You know, if you go to, you know, it's behind LG, it's behind Bud Petrie, it's behind Kumo, and you know, a lot of them Cajun country guys, you know, Mike Thibodeau and a lot of them guys, they just run with it. Even Lockdown Rudy had it, you know, dogs bred down from that. So I wouldn't really call Stompanato a line even because, you know, there's not enough breedings straight off of him for whatever reason, you know.
Would you think the bitches
But-
played a
but-
major part in his success?
Yeah, especially Arch Missy. If you think about it, you know, Arch Missy to Stompanato produced, you know, Champion Ty, Stabber, Petrie's Flint,
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Bocephus, you know.
Mhm.
That dog, Champion Bocephus, he's named Bocephus because, you know, Hank Williams, the old country singer,
Yeah.
okay, he called Hank Williams Jr. his son. That was his nickname, Bocephus.
Oh, okay.
So that's where they get that name from. And the other one you were talking about, Briner, it's Brenner. I'm
Brenner.
assuming he was named after Yul Brynner, the actor,
Okay.
who played in westerns, you know, the old cowboy stuff, you know. And so a lot of them dogs, they were well known in their day, not so much now, you know. Jim Bob, all of them, they were badass dogs, man. I mean, Flint, one of his matches, he severed the artery on the carotid artery on the dog's neck and broke the stifle, you know. Bocephus won in an hour, he won in 20 minutes, and then somebody mentioned where he got his jaw broken, a long fight in chat. He did. That was his third match, 2 hours and 53 minutes. He got his jaw broke and won. And then they matched him again. He lost to a dog named Pork Chop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of competition behind them dogs. But as far as a line, it's hard to say because there's so much mystery behind it of, you know, well, what happened to him after he left Carver's yard or after Carver died or whatever, you know. There ain't a lot of breedings that you see off of them. But the ones you do see are the Arch Missy ones, right?
Right.
You see her bred all different kinds of ways. That Champion Diamond,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's off a Monkey Dog and Arch Missy, and you know, you have a lot of guys that kind of keyed on her. But the thing with females, they don't really call them a line, so you know, she deserves to have her own bloodline called, you know, named after her.
Right.
But they don't really do that, you know. So you know, it's a good topic. Where he come from, how he's bred, is Carver. Who knows? It could be exactly what it says. It could be he's a half staff from Chicago. Could be he's off of snow, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start looking at the colors, it's kind of hard. You look and say, man, that don't make no sense. But you have to know the dogs behind it, you know,
Right.
to see where it comes from.
Yeah, that's
Just
what
like
I
you're
was
talking
doing.
about, you know,
Yeah.
Midnight Cowboy and Shivo. They don't look like brothers, really. People say that Shivo ain't his real brother, you know. But even if he wasn't, Midnight Cowboy can throw red dogs because his uncle on the bottom side was red. That whole Long's Baby, Long's Tuffy,
Mm-hmm.
Satchmo, but all of them were brindle except Hunter Red. He was a red dog. They looked the same. They all fought the same, but he was just he wasn't brindle. So if you see red come out of the Midnight Cowboy stuff, that's probably where it come from, right?
Okay.
Along with the other Ed Crenshaw stuff in there, you know. So when we're talking about bloodlines, it's not just the color. You concentrate on the traits or the build, you know,
Right.
or the fighting aspect of it, you know. And a lot of them bully son dog, they no matter how they were built, they had those same fighting traits, you know. They're rough, short, low to the ground. Some of them ain't, but even the ones that were stifle fighters, rough, go into the chest like that, you know.
Mm-hmm. So that was interesting there.
But the Stompanato, that's kind of the tail end of Carver's career. That's probably the last of his legacy that he left. And it really, he wasn't his dog, he was Pat's dog, but you know, they were married, he was in charge, and LG and all these guys you see that have what they call Carver dogs now, most of them, that's what it is. Even Bakary, you know, has that stuff, the Stompanato Arch Missy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them guys in Texas and the South and all that, you know. Just like you mentioned Art, you know, why is he red or buckskin? I think he was red.
Mm-hmm.
And his brother Tadpole was red too. Well, the bottom side of their mama has red in it. And Hurt wasn't red, he was black. So
Right.
taken after Eli Jr., you know.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
That. So they started coming out all different colors. So me, I personally, I look at the traits when I'm looking at them dogs. I try to figure out, you know, why are they marked this way? How did they come out like that? Because sometimes it don't make no sense. Where's that color come? Why is Eli black? Right?
Right.
His parents weren't black, right? But way down at the bottom, you see black shine. That's 4 or 5 generations past. And then up closer, you have Lena, and she was black. So Eli could be black because of that. The colors get funny sometimes. You breed heavy, like I mentioned before, you know, I bred to Ninja. He was black. His mama's black. All his uncles, all that. They were all black dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I bred him to my bitch. My bitch was buckskin. Her daddy was buckskin. Her mama was red. And I only got one black pup. All the rest were red and buckskin. And then when I got rid of my dogs, gave them to my friend, he added more Eli, bully son, like that. And they were all coming out black. A lot of black dogs. Maybe a red here or there, or a buckskin here and there. Well, he kept line breeding them like that, even adding a little bit of crosses here and there. After several generations, they started coming out more red and buckskin than they did black, because it's in there, and it'll come out. The consensus is, if something's in there in the first 8 generations, it could come out.
Right.
After 8 generations, it's probably not, but you know, 8 generations of bulldog, they all probably, you know, they all similar anyways, you know. The bloodline, no matter what you do, crossing, all that, they have a lot of commonality, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting topic. It's a good topic, you know. And you know, with Stompanato, again, another one of the mysteries. You hear all these stories, you know, and shit, I don't know what's true. But I would be looking, how do they perform? Is there a lot of commonality? Because even Bocephus and Stabber, Flint, they had similar styles. They were rough. They go to the style, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They go to the brisket, the chest. So that's one thing most of them dogs have in common, just like the cowboy dogs, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or even the Shiloh dog. Very similar styles. A lot of them built the same. So most people don't think that Shiloh was his littermate brother, you know. But similarly bred, you know, a lot of commonality in the back. Yeah, there's that. Because like somebody said in the chat, you know, Carver basically used Ed Crenshaw dogs as a cross. A lot of them he did. That's true. And he used Jake Taylor dogs, and he used Earl Hunter dogs, and Ray Long dogs, you know. So that's where we get some of these pedigrees that are not true. He either didn't give them credit, or didn't want to give them credit, or that was just his way of saying, hey, it's my stuff. You know, if you want a dog, get one. And he was honest about that. I'm not going to tell you how it's really bred, for sure. So most of the time people didn't care. They just wanted a Carver dog because they were good dogs. It kind of changed the game, you know. Because when he started sending them to the Northeast, the Great Lakes area, Massachusetts, you know, with the Petronelli brothers, and he sent them, you know, all the way to Florida, and they were going to California and all that. People just wanted his dog because they were whipping everything that other people had or they had themselves previously.
Right. Hey, Schoolboy, let me ask you this. When did Wildside and Stompanato come in contact? Was that before Carver or after Carver?
That had to be after Carver. I don't think, you know, like I said, that was 1979. Did Wildside have a dog named Stompanato? Or what do you mean? When did they come in contact?
I see a lot of information that always, you know, it has Carver, Wildside, or Wildside Stompanato. So I don't know if they're the same ones. That's why I was asking you.
No, they're different dogs.
Okay.
He just borrowed the name, you know.
Okay.
They just borrowed the name. I even seen on one of them pedigrees they had was it Stompanato or something bred to Carver's D?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think there's too many years apart for that. Because D was off of Dibo and Black Widow or something like that, or Spike and Black Widow.
Yeah, that's what Mike was just speaking on a minute ago when we had that pedigreed up.
Yeah, I don't know about that, you know, because that you're talking, you know, Dibo was born in 1952. You know, the Spike and them was born in late 50s or early 60s or something like that, you know. And Stompanato wasn't around till the late 70s. So the timeline don't seem right, you know, with me. It's like somebody said, you know, somebody made a comment that someone, I forget who it was, said that Boomerang was really sired by Polio's brother, which would be Goras handicap, right, in Mexico, right? Well, me personally, I know that can't be true because Polio and Boomerang were born around the same time. So Boomerang's little mate brother can't be Boomerang's sire. And that's the problem sometimes people you got to check the timeline. You have to have the information. And the information, a lot of times it ain't there. That's why I bitch all the time about it. Nobody keeps fucking records.
Right.
You know? And the way I figured that out is because Polio was born in 1969, right?
Right.
It doesn't say when Boomerang was born, but his match career started in 1971, which would make him about 2 years old. So, you know, if there's some months separate, I don't know, you know, they ain't gonna breed no 3-month-old pup to get Boomerang. It was Polio's brother. So that one don't make sense to me, you know. But we don't have no timeline. When Pat Carver took off, I don't know what dog she took. I don't know if Stompanato was still alive, but if he was, I'm sure she took him with him. And you know, that was shortly before Carver passed away. Also, you know.
Well, that Jim Bob, he was a pretty good dog, though, wasn't he? He was bred to
Dogs were
win.
badass, I'm telling you. Their reports, some of their reports, not all of them, you know, are out there, but all of Josefa's match reports are in there, even his loss. Flint, 1 or 2 of his are in there, and that's Petrie's Flint, but it's not Bill Petrie from out here in California. That's Bud Petrie. He was from the deep south somewhere, either Louisiana or somewhere else. I've never found anybody tell me who the hell he was, but he's all over the place back there. He had Flint, he had Stabber, you know, a lot of good dogs. And from there, that's where, like I'm telling you, Thibodeau had them dogs, LG, you know, Coy, you know, Banjo and all them. They all have that stuff in them.
That's right. Yep.
And it's basically Stompanato, Arts Missy, and then Thibodeau and others had Butcher Boy in there too.
Right.
So a lot of the same dogs, a lot of commonality, and you know, people just recognize. But again, them Cajuns and some of them people, they didn't tell how their dogs were bred either. You know, they didn't, even in the match reports, they'll say, you know, they have Bocephus, he's off the Stompanato Archbishop, but I can't remember, maybe Flint, they put his, but some of them, Stabber and Jim Bob and all that, they really didn't give their pedigrees out like a lot of them dogs. Like in our day, man, nobody told you how their dogs were bred. You know?
Right. That's true. I got Ram, he just sent me something. I'm going to take a look at it and see what he sent me right quick. He sent me a pedigree and see what he said in my text. Hold on, guys.
Now, there's a lot of Stompanato still out there in the back of some people's pedigrees, right? Schoolboy?
Right.
Now, my poll question of the night, do you think him being half staff, would it matter if it came down to you doing some breeding with him?
No, I don't think so. Because, you know, and I say this all the time. Let's say you, and people did this, you know, they bred pit bulls to staff. In my time, they did it to add more mouth, right?
Okay.
Because when you put that staff in there, for some reason they come out biting like alligator. But ultimately, when you make that breeding, you know, now you have half staff, half pit bull. You're gonna breed it back to the pit bull side.
Right.
So that becomes 3/4 pit bull, 1/4 staff. Then you're gonna keep line breeding or breeding to other pit. You know, eventually the staff part is gonna be kicked out. But the trait of whether it's, you know, mouth or structure or bone or teeth or anything like that, that's going to stay in there. The staff itself is going to be weeded out, but the traits are going to stay because even though you're going back to the pit bull side, right? You captured the traits of that staff, whatever you were looking. And like Carver, it was said that his neighbor across the street and down the block from him, he had staffs, and him and some of them guys around it would breed their pit bulls to her dogs, her staff dogs. That's where the staff comes from. If you look at Satchmo Bully and Satchmo and Hunter Red, they look like staffs. Even their daddy looks like a staff.
That's true.
They got the big head, thick body like that, you know. They staffy looking. And they have the ear crop, which makes them look more staff, you know.
Right.
So I could see that happening, you know. But again, some pit bulls look that way too. So who the hell knows, man? It's a mystery. Just go with what you know. Go with what you like. If it works, keep it, you know. And whatever Carver did, I mean, who knows? On most of them, he could have just been telling the truth and made it sound like he was lying. Or he could have been holding back. He didn't want people to know. And put whatever peds he liked on them, you know?
Right.
Kind of like whatever's selling, you know? Like if it was really off of snow, well, that stuff, you know, not that it wasn't popular, but he sold snow to Bill Petrie. So that's not in his yard no more. But he's not going to keep it because somebody might go to Bill Petrie and go, I want to breed the snow. Right? And that would take sales away from Carver.
Right.
So he could have been doing it for that reason, you know? And the Snow Dog, he's one of the foundations for the white blood out here in California.
As far as the white dogs?
Yeah. They took daughters of Snow, Ma and Sandy, and bred them to White Bandit. And that's what started Goner and Bart, Steve's Bart. That's what started the white dog. So they're basically Cotton Bullet and Carver / Ed Crenshaw dogs. That's what the white dogs are.
I heard them white dogs was bad too. Yeah, we had
They were
one
rugged,
named...
tough, game, big ass teeth, big ass bones. You could cut them, man, on the inside of their leg, and looking at them, you wouldn't see the cut. Their legs were so thick you couldn't even tell they were hurt. Because big old half-inch or 1-inch slice on their inside of their leg, you wouldn't even see it. That's how big their fucking bones and legs were.
Wow.
And then you cross them, and you got fire. They cross. Bullshit and them are crossed. They're not pure white dogs. They're crossed the Bill Lee stuff, which came from Orby Copeland, which was basically Heinzel dogs. So the Heinzel blood crossed good with it. The Boleo dogs crossed good with it. The Lockstay dogs crossed good with it. The Jeep dogs crossed good with it. Because they basically the white dog, they were pretty tight. Most of them line bred. He didn't. I can't remember other than the bullshit and the alien, which were Heinzel, and the Red Danger, which was Boleo, basically Boleo Klaus.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really make too many crosses. He kind of kept them that way. And they're built, and a lot of them look like that Bocephus dog. They're short, squatty, bow-leggy, thick bone, big ass teeth. That's why Midnight Cowboy, Shibo, and all them. That's why they're built that way. And Stomper Junior.
Mm-hmm.
Short, squatty. That they call them Bully Son dogs, but Bully Son and them wasn't built that way. It's the females they bred them to that made them built that way. Even Arch Missy threw that kind of them short, squatty dogs sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Bocephus.
I know Red Lady. She was a little stocky, little female too.
Yeah. A lot of them females were like that. If you look at Hyde's Meanie and what's the other one? Her daughter. Some people say her daughter is not the daughter. It's really Hyde's Meanie. The same dog, but real short, squatty, bow-legged like that. Even Humphrey, which would be Long's baby, and them granddaddy, short, squatty, thick, bow-legged like that too.
Okay.
So that, a lot of them Reno and Diamond, Major and all them, they were built like that too. And like I mentioned before, I think on your podcast, Carver always chasing that mouth. Always.
Yeah.
That's why he bred to the Ed Crenshaw dog, because they were winning fast. They were busting dogs up. That's why he bred the Bully Son, Eli Jr. and them, for the mouth. Along with other traits probably, but like a lot of people, they chasing that mouth. They want to add more mouth. So when you seen Satchmo and Satchmo Bully and them dogs like that, man, they could bite and they were game too.
Yeah.
And when you saw the Ed Crenshaw dog, Major and Reno and all them, they were short fights, man.
And they were known to throw some pretty rough ass dogs too, though. They sure was.
Yeah, they were. They had some flaws, but you fix that in the brute pen,
Right.
Whatever they're lacking, like them short squatty dogs, the Bully Son, you want to call them that, all you gotta do is breed them to a bitch with some leg, and you get leg. It's not like you have to go generations and try this and that. One breeding, they have more leg under,
Mm-hmm.
And like Bully Son Jr. or what's the one that beat Bully Son? His son.
Yeah. Yep. Junior.
Benny Bob, right?
Uh-huh.
They're kind of line bred Bully Son. They have more leg on them. They're not really the short squatty type, They're not real tall, but they're not that bow-leggy short like that, Which tells me that's taken after the Bully Son side more, because they're more line bred Bully Son, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not hard to do.
Well, it seemed like he got his best. Stompanato got his best success based on the bitches that he was bred to. I'm looking at the champions like Bo Peep and them. Them bitches was definitely built to breed. You know what I'm saying? Cause like
Yep,
old
definitely. And
Penelope.
they don't get enough credit, you know. And I mean, you could put Arch Missy up there with any of them. Put her with Honey Bunch, put her with Black Widow, put her with Boyle's Dirty Mary, put her with Tudor's Goldie, put her with any of them. ROM, she's right up there, man.
Yeah.
It's just that some of her offspring, you know, their matches weren't reported. You know, not all of them.
Right.
So she has enough to make ROM, but because they weren't reported, because, you know, the records had to be kept and they weren't kept, it really doesn't have the ROM behind her. We can say she was, but she just a great, every breeding, you know, that's how I look
She
at
made
it.
ROM off of the Stompanato breeding.
Yep.
Based
See, some
on
of them
back
on
then.
this, it's the same dog. They just repeat it, like at the top it said Thibodeau's Thibodeau's Flint or Thibodeau's Stabber.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the same one as Petrie's Flint or Stabber. The same dog.
Mm-hmm.
So some of them are, you know, it's the same dog. You'd have to do the numbers, but like somebody said, or you said, you know, the ADBA had to tell Carver, we can't register no more dogs off of you know, Bully Son Arch Missy, man, because they had like 26 dogs
Right.
off of that breeding.
Right. Something ain't
So
right.
They would have had to breed them, make that breeding 3 or 4 times for them to have that many pups. So they kind of just stopped that. They knew, hey, this is too much. You know, we can't name every damn dog off of Arch Missy and Bully Son. You know.
Right. Right. So I guess he started using Stompanato. Somebody did.
Yeah, and they're even in that breeding, you know, whether it's 1 litter or 2 litters, whatever it is, there's so much diversity, man. You go, man, them dogs ain't litter mates. All of them look different. Some of them are marked the same, but they all look different.
Mm-hmm.
Buster don't look like Jeremiah, who don't look like Tex, who don't look like White Missy, who don't look like, you know, they just all different, man. Which, you know, that could happen, but damn, you see 1 or 2 that look like twins or something, you know. But Kemmer's Macho don't look like none of them, you know.
True. Yeah. You're right. That is a good one.
So I think it's safe to say it's not really a line, because like I said, anything.
Uh-oh, man. Hey, Mike. Mike. We lost Schoolboy.
You lost it?
Yeah. We just lost him when he just said, boo-doo. Where's your phone at?
Alexa, answer the call. What up, fam?
Hey, I got cut off, I guess. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it just dropped.
Yeah. So what I was really about any dog that Carver kept, they were just called Carver dogs, you know, which happens a lot. You know, like Heinzel, they're called Heinzel dogs. They're not really called Arizona Pete dogs or Bambi dogs or you know, Lark or any of them that he had, or even the dogs later on. When they name them after a breeder, it's just that breeder's name in front of the dogs, because it's their own recipe, what they put together, you know.
Right. I was trying to find Stabber. I noticed Stabber's pedigree wasn't on none of these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go to that first page.
Here you go.
And you'll see it on there.
Yeah, I got it, bro. I found him. Okay, there you go.
Right.
That's the one I was looking for.
What is the breeding thing?
It got him Stompanato bred to Georgia Girl off of Boomerang and Miss Boomer. That was bred Boomerang.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So still off of Stompanato, just a different bitch. And they put, you know, whoever was doing it, they put Stabber, Flint, Jim Bob, all them together, you know. And I'm telling you that most of them Cajun dogs or East Texas, whatever you want to call it, that Stompanato, Arch Missy, Georgia Girl, Meanie, whatever you want, that's what a lot of them dogs are, you know. I would guess that Rags dog that's pretty famous, he's got that in him, you know. and even probably some of DSK dogs have that stuff in it. LG Koi, like I was saying, you know, Thibodeau, Camo. That was kind of the last of the Carver dogs. When they got them, then they just put them together how they wanted to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they all pretty much go back to that, to Carver dogs, however they put them together, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, they sure, a lot of these champions sure didn't produce much off of them. You know what I'm saying? These champions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now it could be they didn't produce hardly shit, or like I was saying, they didn't tell you how the dogs were bred. So there's probably a bunch of them out there bred similar or that way, or off a certain dog, but we don't know it because they didn't share it. You know, they didn't tell people. The records are incomplete. But if you look back in the journals, any of them, not just the Sporting Dog Journal, but Pit Dog Report, and what was that? Butch House had Pit Pal, and some of the other ones. They're all over the place in them dogs, and they'll basically say they're this and that. They're Stompanato bred, or they're Arts Missy and this and that, or Carver this and that. It's them dogs. They just don't give you the exact pedigree. So I would guess there's a bunch of them that just unknown, like, you know, like we talked about before. There's a lot of dogs, multiple winners people didn't know about.
It's just true.
The Satan dog I mentioned, you know, Mr. Gray, and a lot of people used him. He was an 8-time winner. Hardly anybody know about that. Champion freebie back in the day, you know.
Right.
Who was off of Satan, not Darren's freebie, you know, show and go. Darren Tupper. This is a different before that. I saw him in Louisiana. He was off of Satan. He was a 6 or 7-time winner, you know. So there's a lot of them like that. You know, I cover some of them. I'm going to do another interview with Mr. Gray, and he'll mention a bunch of them. You know,
mm-hmm.
It just don't get no. You know, people just ain't heard of them. So I think that's what happened with a lot of the Stompanato bred dogs. Now their pedigrees may be coming out, but their offspring and litter mates and all that, there probably won't be in there.
Right.
They weren't shared, but back then they didn't tell nobody how they were bred. You know.
Hold on, good boy Mike. You're going to say something.
My man Marcus B said, look at them old sporting dog books, Champions of Champions, you will see them.
There you go.
Yeah, he right too.
Yeah, that Ty is in there. That Ty, that Bancroft, I forget what dog it was. That's in there. Bocephus is in there for sure. I got pictures of Bocephus.
What color was it?
Ones, you know.
What, I think I seen a picture of Bocephus. Did we got a picture of him in here?
Yeah. Yeah. I have that one, and I have another one, a different one.
Yeah, he was black
but
and
I've
white.
never seen a picture. I've never seen a picture of Flint or Stabber. Never seen a picture. And I've asked. I've looked around. Nobody has them. Like I said, nobody can even tell me who the hell Bud Petrie was. You know.
Right.
But I know in the report where he severed that artery and broke that stifle, Danny Burton is the one who conditioned and handled him. So there's a lot of missing history on a lot of them dogs. But you know, if you were back there, or if you're still alive today, then old timer, you can talk to them. They'll tell you about it. You know.
Right.
It's a matter of getting hold of them. I got some interviews coming up too. They're going to be interesting, man. You know.
I'm sure they will be.
And we'll cover. What's that?
I said I'm pretty sure they will be.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear about some, you know, dogs we never heard of, you know. And what I like about it, the old guys, they'll tell me who they beat and who used them. You know, that Satan dog, probably 4 different people used them, you know, Mr. Gray and Leander Daigle and some other guys, you know. You know, he was used by different top kennels, you know. and they'll give me the lowdown on, you know.
Yeah, I pulled up LG's Grand Champion Tina.
There you go.
That's from Welcome Down Ram right there, y'all. And I like the way that was his bread. I see what you were saying. There goes Snow.
Yeah. See, similar bread. There's Pete, you know, Jim Bob's in there.
Yep, Flint in
You
there.
Sat, Curry's jumper, you know. And, you know, they even sold some of them dogs out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Grand Champion Banjo was sold out here. Champion Little Mama, she won out here. A lot of them dogs bred like that were out here too. You know, they sold them after they got older. But Champion Little Mama, she won her 3rd or 4th out here. She beat Tito and the local boys. Bred similar like this. But see, Tina's a good example. You see different people having that blood, putting it together, different, a little bit different, but all a lot of common stuff. You know, in Tina, you have Jim Bob, you got Stabber, you know.
You got all the good shit. Highs, Mini down there. I mean, you got them all down in there.
Yeah. Yeah. And that Curry's jumper, I'm not for sure, but she might be behind Curry's Champion Blondie. She was a badass bitch. She had some of this stuff on one side of her pedigree. I forget the top side. It was it might have been alligator or something. I forget. Or something. It's similar. But just different people having it, adding maybe a little bit different stuff, but a lot of commonality in there, you know?
Right. Well, I tell you what, produce some good dogs. But that's where the way it went.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're on top of that, there is still a formula there.
Still, always. Always. You know? Just what they have on hand, what they like, and how they breed it, you know. Well, here I go. Curry's Blondie, I just pulled it up. She's off of Flint, you know, Petrie's Flint, and Curry's Jumper. So it's that same, you know, Stompanato Arch Missy crossed with more Carver, you know. Got Pistol and Orphananny, got the Ed Crenshaw Snow in there and all that. She was a badass bitch, and she had like a club foot or something. You never could work her, you know, right? Because she had a bad back leg.
Mm-hmm.
But she was a freaking killer, man, you know. That's a bitch you don't hear too much about, but same stuff, you know.
What was her name again?
Curry's Champion Blondie.
Yeah, I just saw that Blondie in there. Hold on, let me go back and see what that was. Where did we see that Blondie at, Mike? This was Tina's offspring. She wasn't off of Tina, was she? Or was she a littermate or something?
She's off of Petrie, Flint, and Curry's Jumper.
Yeah, that's where I saw that. Here, let me go back. Go back down here to Jumper. I know I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, look at Jumper offspring.
Yep, there she go. Curry's Blondie.
Yep. That was Sam and Tommy Curry. That's where I seen Freebie, I seen Champion Brutus, I seen Champion Buck, who was a son of Tonka. I seen all them down there. And I didn't see Blondie fight. She was already retired, I think, but I got to see her like in person.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a trip that she won 3 fast lane matches with a bad leg, back foot, you know.
You know, as long as they go, you know what they say. They bringing them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Imagine if she had 4 good feet.
Right, exactly. Yes, sir.
It didn't stop her. But if you look, you see that it's the same type of breeding, you know.
Yeah.
Flint to jumper. It's got Satch, and the bottom side is that Snow and Queenie stuff. You know.
Okay, we got another one coming up here. What is it, Tina Mike? Bred to who?
Red.
She's bred to Red Man?
Red the banjo.
Okay, we got the banjo breeding here. Yeah, DSK Red Man.
What is it?
DSK Champion Red Man. Yeah, he's doing the same thing.
Bred the Grand Champion Banjo.
Let's see.
Banjo bred to Tina.
Tina. Yep, like that. That was another one, McCool. You know, so it's all, if you go back, you know,
Yeah, we
same
go.
stuff, Thibodeau stuff.
Yeah.
You know, Shane Puppy. That's where you have the Butcher Boy stuff, half brother, half sister off of Butcher Boy.
Mm-hmm.
So Thibodeau added the Butcher Boy stuff, and then the rest of it, it's, you know, Stabber, Jim Bob, you know.
They had something going on, man, with that one right there. That cross right there looked damn good. Did damn good.
Yep. Again, they liked them dogs because they were rough. And not that they weren't game. You know, Bocephus proved he was game. Even when he lost, he didn't quit. And you know, but a lot of these dogs, man, rough as hell. You know?
Yeah, they was, I mean, damn good breedings, though, you got to admit. That Petrie shit and that Thibodeau, they wasn't playing.
Yeah. Nope. I think, you know, what happened to these people, they would see the dogs, and I want some of that stuff. And they go get it. That's why all them guys in the same area, relatively, had the same, similar stuff. Some different crosses in it. Most of the crosses were from Carver anyways, you know.
Yeah.
And probably some from Boudreaux, like that. But they just see the dogs and they want them, man. They wreck your shit, you know.
But they had to be some pretty good damn dogs, because I know for a minute there, that McCool stuff, banjo stuff, all that was racking up wins all over the country at one time. I would say all over the country, I would have to say in that Texas area, then the dogs came to power quick.
Yeah. I even did a little video on BB Red when she beat Mr. Gray. And it went, I forget how long it went. It didn't go an hour, but she broke her shoulder, crushed her esophagus. You know, that BB Red, you know, if you put the two together, I would say she was better than Banjo. And that's taking nothing away from Banjo, because he was a great dog too. But she was on a little bit different level, you know. And she won 6, I think. Not just 5, but I think she won 6. And, she did it. She was consistently that way, hard bite.
We'll break one down. And she was bred to do it, though.
Yep.
Cause I liked that
like
LG shit.
Like a lot of people, you want that mouth, you know. You like it, I like it.
Yes,
Everybody
sir.
like it. Where do you get it, you know? In this case, you get it from the Stompanato Arts Missy stuff mostly. In most other cases, you go to the Boudreaux, you know, you go to Eli stuff, you know. In the Carolinas, you go to the Jocko stuff. That's the only reason, not just because the dogs were there, Red Boy and Jocko. That makes sense too, put them together. But, you know, Red Boy known for game. It's not that some of them can bite, they can. But that's not, overall, that's not what they're known for. That's not what they did. But the Jocko consistently hard mouth dog. So you put them together, boom. You hopefully get both.
Right.
Hard mouth game dog.
And they have that.
It's a common pattern, a common theme.
Yeah, and it has staying power. It has stand power as far as
Stand
genetic
power.
wise, yeah, as far as
Yeah.
the, you know, it was able to
Yep.
get passed down consistently.
Exactly. And you know, they cover the gamut too. You have hard biting, short order cooks. You have dogs that can go the distance. You have winners that lose too, and some quit, and some show gameness and like that. But they're consistent, and that's why people kept going with it. And even today, you'll hear people talk. I got some of that stuff. I got this. I got the LG. I got the the cool stuff. I got the Thibodeau. I got you go with what's working, and you try and keep it going. You know.
Let me ask you while I got you, and we talk about Banjo. He wasn't bred that much, or did because McCoy he didn't let that many dogs get out. Because you would think Banjo, for as great as he was had a lot more, out there.
Yeah. Right. Well, like a lot of people, keep it to yourself. It's like in my case, I had a yard of dogs. I gave my dogs to quote unquote my protege. He kept it going, but there ain't a lot of schoolboy dogs out there. There ain't, even though, he kept it going. I think a lot of them guys, that's what they keep most of it to themselves. They might let a breeding out here and there, but they don't sell dogs. They don't cut them loose. They keep them for themselves. They want, you keep most of the litter, if not all of the litter, because you want to know which ones work out and you want to use them for yourself. And if you're active, that's what you do. I cut some dogs loose, but not my straight stuff, not my best stuff. I'll say that. And there was nothing wrong as far as the people who got them were concerned with the ones that I cut loose. It's just they weren't good enough for me. Other
Right.
people utilize them. And that's, it's basically, okay, I'll let an outcross dog go. And they might let outcross dogs go, but not the straight stuff, generally, That's just a common theme. I understand it. I did it myself. And I know why people do it. You want to use them yourself. Why the fuck are you going to let somebody else have it? You might let them have a real good one. So for the most part, you keep them for yourself if you were active back in the day.
Right.
And when you get up in age like Carver did, or Boudreaux, or Heinzel and all that, that's when they start letting dogs go. Because they're not using them for themselves no more. They might have a protege, they might do one here or there. Diamond, Arnold Tom used him, made champion him, but he was Carver's dog, But not too many of them they keep for themselves because they're not using them no more,
I know, Mike.
There's very few guys that match dogs for 50 years,
Right.
And even if they do, as they get older, it might be one or two a year, or one every couple of years, not that many, So you try and put them in the hands of people that'll do them right, or you just make them available to the public, And they're proven dogs. They have a proven background, and people want that stuff. It's a way to subsidize their income or pay for, the dogs they have, feed and all that stuff. So
I know I'm looking at these dogs off of Banjo. For him not to be bred a lot, he still got 6 pages, 230,
Well, there you go.
253 breeding. Dogs.
Yeah. And some of that, I would say most of them, the bitches weren't coys. They were other people, right?
You're right. True.
So that happens. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him when he come out here. I'm sure they bred him, and he went to market them first, I think. So he was sold a couple of times. He was old when they got him out here. If they bred him, I don't know, but I know they used a lot of this stuff. Different people did out here. I know Andre Mitchell did. Rest in peace. Basically, all he had, all that type of blood, stomping out of Arch Missus stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know when they were bred. See, you have DSK, a lot of DSK. I'm sure when they got Banjo, they bred it. several bitches.
Yeah.
DSK, man.
Yep, DSK Mad, there are a lot of breedings there.
Yeah, little BB Red and
Mm-hmm.
Pinky, Latino girl. So that was after. I'm assuming after Toy sold him. You know. And like a lot of people, why do they sell these good dogs? Well, they have no use for them. You know, it's kind of like what Jim Stinson told me. You know, because everybody asked him, "Why do you sell Art? Why would you sell Art? Why would you sell a great dog like Art?" And he basically told me at that time, he goes, "I was a dog fighter, not a dog breeder." So they cut dog juice. You know, even James Crenshaw, he sold every famous dog that he had. Pretty much, he sold.
He did.
Rascal Jr., you know, Honey Bunch, Rascal, you know,
Gator.
about whatever, you know, Gator,
Yeah.
you know, name them, man. They're, you know, because it comes to a point where either they're too old, they're not using them. They bred them enough, they have the blood.
Might as well cash in with the names of them great dogs. That's because it definitely was a branded name with James Crenshaw on it.
Yep, yep. And most of them, like Rascal, they were old when he sold them, so he had no use for them no more. And a lot of times, some of these guys, they don't like to see the dog get old and die, you know, for whatever reason, sentimental reasons or whatever. So somebody offer them good money, they'll sell them, and they'll go throw for other people sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I'm going through some of them like Lucky Strike. I was just going through some of these breedings.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen a lot of them. We've seen a lot of these mad dogs, and they definitely are bred good. The ones that work.
Yeah. 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 And you know, they take that and probably later on they put other stuff to it, you know, whether it's oils or whether it's some other, you know, they incorporate it, you know.
Right.
What was that Cochise dog? What was he bred like?
Let me go find him. Hold on.
Yeah.
Cochise. Didn't Shady Days have Cochise?
Let me see it.
Or DSK. I'm gonna try DSK.
DSK. Okay, see, on his bottom side, he's a little bit of that stuff, the McCool stuff, Thibodeau. You got the Pistol Pete, the Boomerang stuff with the camera macho, like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, as they progress, you know, they keep, you know, Cochise was a grandson of Banjo. They keep, you know, whatever amount of blood that they have of that, but you have to move forward and you have to add something to it, right?
Right.
To keep it going. Well, they added the camera stuff, more mouth.
Right.
That's what I'm seeing, right?
Yes, sir.
So you keep that theme. I want to keep my dogs hard biters. I got to go to something that bites hard. I put it with my stuff, and hopefully that's what it throws. And you know, I heard Cochise was a bad son of a bitch.
He was. Yes, sir.
So it worked. You know.
Yes. Yeah, he was a good one.
Yeah.
What was it about that top that made Cochise so tough?
That Kimmer. Oh, Kimmer, then I just said that's them Cajun boys.
Kimmer macho stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Again, you have Bully Son Arch Missy. So when you put it with the Banjo stuff or whatever the Stompanato Arch Missy, you have Arch Missy on both sides of the pit.
Mm-hmm.
On the top, you have Bully Son Arch Missy. On the bottom, you have Stompanato Arch Missy. That's the commonality, right?
Yeah.
Along with the, you know, Boudreaux, the Eli stuff, which, you know, that goes with the Bully Son.
And then again, he was also doing great, constructive, thought out breeds because you can see them.
Yeah.
There's a formula
like I said,
here.
there's always a pattern.
Yeah.
You know?
That Kimmer dude, he was a pretty good producing dude too. You know how to bring
Yeah,
this shit.
real active, man. I think at one time he won 26 in a row.
I heard he had some killer shit too.
Yeah, real good dogs, you know, and real active. He had a ton of dogs too, and always busy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, they say he,
Nice guy. Everybody that told him, you know, he's just a real nice dude. You know?
yeah, I'm looking at some of these damn dogs. There was some pretty good dogs here. Old Mass King, look like a tall, rangy dog.
Yeah.
48, 50
Yeah.
pounds. He was tall.
See what I'm
rangy.
saying? You look at yeah, King. He got leg under him, right?
Yeah.
With all that, you know, with all that Eli, Artemisy, Bully Son Artemisy, and you know, you would think maybe, you know, he'd be short and squatty. He's not. And that's what I'm saying. It don't take much to get rid of that short squatty stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And in the same litter, you could have both, some with leg and some short and squatty. But it's not like a trait where, man, it's stuck in there and get rid of it. It takes generations. It don't. It takes one breeding sometimes. You got some leg under them. Same thing with the white dog, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Put that cross in there, boom.
Yeah. It literally just took us away from old Stompo, didn't it?
Yeah,
because
it did. But you know, again, these dogs we're looking at. A lot of them still have it in there. Blondie
right,
has it in there, you know.
Right.
You know, Banjo, you know. It's in there, and I think people. One of the reasons, or two reasons, they kept it going because it was good shit. The other one because it was the last of the Carver stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's at the tail end, you know. And Pat Carver, she advertised dogs for sale, you know, but she wasn't Maurice. So, you know, some people got dogs from her and they were good dogs, but not in the numbers like if it was Maurice selling them.
Well, you put a combination of her and his together, you got a whole bunch of good shit coming off the yard.
Yeah, yeah. And they did that too, you know. They did that too. You know, even Mr. K out there in Vegas, he had that stuff heavy. He had Bully Son Arch Missy and Stompanato Art, you know, Arch Missy stuff. It pretty much went everywhere, but I think it was mostly concentrated in the deep south. They just love anybody with a name down there had some of that blood.
Now, was this coming out of Texas or was it what was that? What was them dogs? Schoolboy?
What's that?
Like the LG and Doucette and Kimmer, is those Cajun country Texas dogs or?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they would be. A lot of them were in Louisiana, you know, Mo and Bud Petrie. You know, they were at least matched there. I'm not sure if all the people were from there. I think Cameron was from Texas. I'm not sure, but you know, it's the East Texas, you know, East and Southeast. You know, West Texas is pretty much desert. There's not a lot of dog guys there because there's not a lot of population there.
Right.
But if you draw the line, you know, there's a census of the population of the United States, right? And there's a line that goes through East Texas all the way up from Mexico all the way up to Canada. Most of the population of the United States is east of that. And west of that, the population is sparse except for California. So going by that line, even going through Texas like that, that's where most of the dog guys were. From Dallas down to Big Thicket, you know, you know, Houston and all that. So that's where you're going to find a lot of, you know, San Antonio, Austin, like that area. You know.
They like to do rough ass hard biting killers too though down in that area.
Yeah. Plus, you know, the weather. You know, I'm not saying they didn't have long matches like that, but the weather is better for a short order cook.
Yeah.
It's, you know, they fought dogs all year round, and it don't really get that cold down there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it gets hot and humid, and you don't want to be there all day, you know. And which is, you know, I mentioned this before. People disagree with me. That's one of the reasons, according to Floyd, and it's why they changed the Cajun rules to make it scratch and churn. You know, because they were losing a lot of dogs, man. They're, you know, 5-minute out of holds, and you know, you couldn't handle the dogs unless they turned. So the dogs had to turn every time to handle them, and if the other one turned, then you handle them, and that dog turned. It wasn't scratch and turn back and forth like that. So they were losing dogs. If you look at like old Pete Sparks magazine, when you see them conventions down there,
Mm-hmm.
the pictures will tell you them dogs are standing out of hole, breathing. You have a picture of Eli doing the same thing. The dog's laid out on his side. Eli's standing over him with his tongue out, catching his breath. It's too fucking hot, you know?
Right.
And a lot of them were like that. And a lot of the matches were very short just because of that. That's why they got it in their head, hey, we got to bring these dogs in thinner, man. It's too hard. You can't bring them in heavy like that. So the ones who jumped on that bandwagon first, they ended up winning more. And then eventually it caught on. We got, in this weather, we got to bring these dogs a little bit thinner than we normally would somewhere else.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you see them railed out dogs, you know, and Mayfield used to, you know, his dogs were bigger than their opponent, and they were real thin, nothing but skin and bones. Fucking hot, man. Even his conventions, read them. The dogs are out of hold 5, 10 minutes. 15 minutes out of hold. Scratching starts. Dog run hot, quit.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at these dogs, man. They looking nice though.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that pattern for some reason. I never had none really. One way back in the day, but
I always wanted me an LG dog though, man. I was so impressed with those dogs, man, back in my early years because they were winning. Didn't understand it like I understand them now. But it was like they were being advertised, but they was being hard to get to come by. You never, you know, you go to you call in and what they got on the yard better than none of the great shit, you know?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the shit you're putting in the journal. Where's that shit at? I don't want that other shit. I want that shit that's coming off of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they getting rid of the ones they don't want and keeping the good ones for themselves, or the ones they like anyways.
Exactly. Know? And that's what...
And like I said, it's not that the other stuff wasn't bad, but that ain't what I wanted, you know?
Yeah, and that's what turned me off.
I want the good shit.
Because they used to have pages of them in the journal, the LG dogs.
Yeah. And who knows how many he sold or whatever like that, but, you know, like I said, generally you keep the best ones for yourself. You know?
Right, because he sure as hell didn't impress me after I got done talking to him trying to get me one. You know, I wanted some shit off of Kim and them. You know what I mean? Straight off. I don't want that couple shit. No, I wanted directly off of that shit there. I'm trying to tab in where y'all at.
Yeah.
You know, and it didn't. I mean, I called 3 times, and in about another 90 days, we're gonna be having another litter, and you know, it never developed into to get the ones that I really wanted, and that's another question. If we go down there through them Kims, is we gonna see some walk-em-all shit, or we gonna see other people being able to take them and win with them too?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because that was something that I wanted to question because of the you know, like I said, when they were real popular.
That was important to me too. You know, I wanted to. It's one thing that I can use my dogs and win with them. I know them. I raise them. But can other people do the same thing.
Exactly.
And can I ship them somewhere? And I did, and they proved, you know, I sent dogs to Delaware, New York, Louisiana, Mexico, South Pacific. I even sent one bitch to Singapore, Guam, you know, like that. And they were happy with it. And they could win and prove in different parts of the world, different parts of the U.S., different weather conditions, different food, different handling, everything different. They could still be successful. That to me was important, which is one of the reasons I cut some of my dogs loose, you know. And at the end, I just cut them all loose. They went all over the place. But even then, I didn't have a lot of dogs. But still, they could do good with them. And I get feedback to this day. You know, people telling me they got this dog from me and what they did with it, and it's a good dog and all that. So to me, that's important. To some people, it ain't, you know.
Right.
But it matters, you know.
Well, I would have loved to get me one off of me. I would have loved to have me an LG, and I would have loved to have me one directly off of Banjo or BB Red. Those was my, you know, even though we did have Lucky Strikes right here in town with us, you know. I mean, to me, he was not what everybody else was seeing. You know when you see one and then you be like, well, my opinion ain't like
Schoolboy
everybody
Garcia
else's.
would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Alexa, take the call. Okay, bro.
Same thing. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. It just cuts off.
Yeah, what I was saying, Schoolboy, is like, you know, I would have loved to have that, you know, dogs directly off of Banjo. When they made the Banjo BB Red, I wanted one of those. You know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but it don't, you know, I
Yep.
never was able to get my hands on it, but I was really impressed with the LG. Even old McCool, you know, I was becoming a fancier behind what he was doing, you know, because to me, he seemed like he was a breeder that hit the lucky jackpot.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like they say, you know, if you got a good one, it would have been a good one, you know.
Yeah.
Dogs have a way of impressing you when you see them perform, and that's what makes you like them, you know.
Yeah. No,
Just,
I mean,
not just, you know, how they're bred or you know who has them or whatever, but when you see them yourself, you know, they have a way of, man, I like that dog. I
right.
like that blood. You know?
When they look at Lucky
You know,
Strikes,
imagine if you'd have crossed that into your stuff, what would have happened?
that's what I was trying to
Everybody
do.
come together,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
That's what I was really trying to do.
That
I wanted to
dog.
cross. I really wanted to see a Banjo or BB Red or one of them would have ever been able to cross into some Mayday or some Stone City shit. Like they did
There you
Banjo
go.
when they crossed them into that Red Boy shit.
Yeah.
Them dogs came out better. Now we got
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
scratching ass, hard biting, rough ass damn dogs. I mean, I seen the Red Boy
Yeah.
Banjo shit work.
I mean, why not? You know what to expect. So if it don't happen, it don't happen. But if it does, you know the potential, man.
Right.
You know, the dogs that could finish you quick, and they would stay for a while if they had to. That's the one thing I always talk about. You know, everybody love a short order cook. I do too. But no matter what, you're gonna whatever the circumstances are. There's sometimes you're gonna have to go some time, man.
You
Whether
never
you got
know
a
when
killer
you. I mean,
or-
I don't know why
or
they
whatever.
think. I don't know why they think it's you know, because you got a fast, you know, dog that can go in there and wreck one, that you guaranteed to get that every time you step over that wall, because that's a lie.
Yep.
You don't know. You
That's a
might
lie.
get your ass whooped tonight.
It's not
What
true.
is you talking about?
Yeah, the history.
You
history
know what I'm
shows
saying?
that.
For real.
History shows that these dogs that win fast kill a lot of them, and sometimes they do that all the time. You know, you got Queen of Hearts and you got BB Red and Banjo. They didn't really go a long time, but not every killing dog is going to do that. Circumstances say that at some time, if you do enough dogs and you go into enough people, it's gonna happen. You know, even in my case, I had several that went over 2 hours. I have a bunch that went over an hour. Most of mine were under an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But I was always ready to go some time if I had to. You just never know.
You never know. So
And
you
gotta be
prep. You
ready
better
for
be
it.
prepped. You better be ready.
These guys
Exactly.
that, you know, there's guys that talk about, you know, I want to go in there quick. Fuck all that long this, and that. That's what you're going to get then. They're going to win quick or they're going to lose quick.
Mm-hmm.
One or the other. Where you got to cover all your bases because you don't know.
Right. I hear 'em, I don't want to go no hour. I don't do all that. Well, how do you know when you walk up in there that you ain't going to go no hour? What if you run into that mano where you got to get down? I guess you're going to come home a loser.
Yep. That's right. And you know, even in boxing, you have hard hitters. They come out and they get into a spot where they have to go some rounds and they can't do it. Because they're so used to knocking everybody out.
Right. They don't punch as hard as they used to.
Foreman and Ali.
That's right.
When George Foreman had to go more than 3 or 4 rounds, Ali stopped him. Well, he learned from that. He came back later. He could go that 10, 12 rounds. He just learned how to do it. And he has one of the highest knockout percentages in boxing.
Because
he got way more knockouts than distant fight, but he did have to go the distance. He learned to pace himself, and he learned not to panic and not to overthrow and miss punches and all that, or he blew himself out. And that's what happened with dogs. They rush out, blow themselves out, and the other dog can counter it or do whatever they had to do. And then it starts getting to the 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and they're played out, and they end up quitting or getting picked up.
Right.
Whereas if you're ready to go that time, you're still going to go out there and blow the shit out of everything most of the time. But if you had to go, you know, some distance, your dog can do it, you know.
And that's what I liked about those banjo dogs.
Midnight Cowboy had to do it.
Yeah.
Happy Jack had to do it. Graphical Jr. had to do it. All of them went 2 hours.
But they had those
Most
bodies.
Of the fights were under 30 minutes.
But they had their bodies. They had their bodies to do it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can, man. When you got some dogs that just got that body, you know when you matching up dogs, you see certain things that they all come.
Yeah.
You just know.
Yeah.
Cause I can look at one before while they weighing him and washing him, and I'm looking at him because when he see this other dog, he gonna transform. When he transformed, that's when you looking at what you did because they transform, do they not?
Yep.
They do not look the same until they get in that box and then they see that other dog. Their whole body structure, everything, every muscle in their body, you can see every cut everywhere. And usually those are the ones. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, the first time I seen that was Ronnie Anderson's Brutus. He brought him out before the show and showed us to him. And the way I described it back then is you could see every bone in that dog's body, and every bone was covered with muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And just a beautiful animal, shining like that. You could tell he was ready, on point. He was focused, you know. And same thing when he brought Freebie out. The only thing with Freebie, he told us, don't get close to him, don't move funny, because he was amped up and he would bite you, you know, he would attack you. So they brought him out, they held him so we could look at him. You know, Brutus wasn't that way, but Freebie was that way. Both of them, every little muscle over their kidneys, along their back of their stifles, chest, the head, you know, the muscle on their head was split in half, you know, and you could see every, what do you call it, you know, muscle groups, you know, shoulder, chest, the middle of their chest was split down the middle, you know, the muscle.
Yeah.
On either side.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Bones along the back of their along their back, the loin, you know, like that. You see the sinews, fucking tendons, everything. It's just that's how when I look at dogs, you know, or I look at other people's dogs and even my own, that's how one of the ways I could tell, man, they're in good shape just by looking at them. The way they act, the way they stand, their structure, their muscle, the way they behave. They're ready.
Say.
It ain't just the dog being aggressive or trying to hit something. It ain't that. It's how they look and act. Look at their eyes, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and look at their structure. First time I seen Mr. Gray, I said, man, that motherfucker condition, dude. That dog's in shape. You know. So there's certain people, you know, you see that in Danny Burton dog, or you see it in LA Dream Team dog, you know. Just certain ones, you know, that they're consistent with it. Don't mean they don't lose.
Right.
They don't even mean all their dogs are game. They ain't. But consistently, they're going to win. So a lot of times back in the day when I used to bet, I bet on the dude, not the dog. Because of their ability to condition. I didn't really care what dog they were using. It's the person behind it. That's who I'm betting on.
Right. But when I see them two big kennels come together, I be uh-oh. You know?
Yeah.
Because,
yeah.
you know.
Well, it's like that one. What's that one match you talk about? Martel. And,
yeah, Radar Martel, yeah. That was one
Radar
of them.
Martel. Okay, if they had gone against different opponents, do you think they would have gone that long time like that?
I don't think that would have, any other dogs wouldn't have survived either one of those dogs because they was very rough dogs.
There you go.
They had the ability, you know, you had two killers going into each other. We ran into the same thing with Psycho and that Gator dog. These was very rough dogs, you know. Didn't neither one of them in their whole career go that long. But when you put them together, you know, that was the surprising part because they was out there doing 100 miles an hour and they was killing each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. And you ain't the only one said that. They said that at the time. They wrote it into the journal. Other people did. And other people have told me the same thing you did.
Yeah.
Against other dogs, they would have went through them.
They would have ran through them. Yep.
It was a war, you know?
Yep.
And that can happen. So you better be ready for it. Or at least, you know, speaking historically.
Right. You
gotta be ready, man.
You condition the dog, that means you don't gotta work that hard. You scared to lose them out. You making you know what I'm saying? You holding back on some shit. Well, you know what? Yeah. I always revert back to that. Y'all need to go back there and look at that boy Boudreaux shit. Y'all need to go back and look at some of that Boyle shit. What you gonna find in those dogs? A lot of losses. You know, they winners do lose. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Look at Boyle's dogs, you know what I mean? Ain't but so many exceptionals.
That's what sparks improvement.
Yes.
You know? Because that's what happened. Even with the Crenshaw dogs. Back in the day, like I said, they were rough, this and that. But a lot of them was quitting. And a lot of them scratched slow. And they looked to the side and walk over. Right?
That's true.
So you have to improve on that. Okay, I want the mouth, but man, I don't want them fuckers to be quitting.
Yeah.
So you gotta mix and match. You gotta add something to. You gotta improve the dogs. That's everything evolves. And if you ain't ready to do that, you get stuck in that. You're gonna have success, and then bam, it's gonna start to go south. And man, that's happened over and over again. So, over and over and over again. Some of the best I've seen. Win a bunch of them. Consistently win, and then bam. 5 times in a row they lost. 8 times in a row. 10 times in a row. 11 times in a row. All that shit caught up to them.
Right. That's what I saw.
Somebody else had better dogs.
Yeah, that's what I saw in Detroit when I seen all those Boyle's dogs. It was like, can these dogs be beat? And this is early in the game when I hooked up in Detroit. I seen a lot of Boyle's dogs, and and I was like, damn, these dogs is fast. They bite hard. They rough as hell. Man, as soon as that yellow John shit started hitting the scene, I seen all that shit start getting picked up and starting to quit and shit, you know? Because they was going past them minutes. You can't get this motherfucker out of here quick, can you? And that's when they started growing. They actually started taking names, man. They was beating Boyle's dogs. They was beating the Eli dogs. You ain't gonna find a lot of losses in a yellow dog. You better look at that shit. Take a closer look. You know what I'm saying, though, schoolboy?
That's what made us.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You get stuck in that, you know. And you know, some of them Boyle's dogs, they were great dogs. But on the whole, that's what started to happen to them.
Yep.
And the same thing, you know, and it wasn't just at that time with the Eli dogs. In my time, they were known as hard biting dogs, but a lot of them quit.
That's what
Right.
we were saying. Yeah,
So-
exactly. Because I always say, y'all, look, y'all think I'm kidding. Just go see for yourself.
They don't. People get mad. They don't like us talking that way, but it's true. And I had them, right? And they by far the hardest biting dogs consistently that you can see. But when they start pulling up like that, or a lot of them weren't good workers, you know, they were lazy, late starters, cold, quit on top, like that. You got to fix it. It's not that you can't fix it, but you get stuck in that rut, and that's what you're going to get.
Somebody asked me today
And-
some shit like that, schoolboy. Somebody asked me some
Yeah.
shit like that today. You know what I said to him, man? It didn't even take me a hot second. I wouldn't try to fix that shit. I'd try to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I was like, I ain't trying to fix shit.
For
I'm
me-
trying to get
for me-
rid of that shit.
Yeah. For me, a quarter Eli is enough.
Okay?
For me, a quarter Eli, that's enough. Even an eighth.
Look,
That's enough.
we
And
went
it's
from
not
straight
it's
Eli
not
to straight
on
the
the
fuck
Eli
out
dog,
of it.
but
We went from straight
Yeah.
Eli to straight the fuck out of it.
Sure did. We got away from it, you know?
Remember we had
Yeah.
one quit on
well,
top.
the
Dusty and me quit on
Yep,
top.
Dusty,
bully
she
son
quit
dogs,
on
the
top.
bully son dogs I had, they just kind of weeded themselves out. You know, I had some success with it, but they just, you know, the stuff I said, and it, you know, they were straight from Bobby Hall and Clay and Click, so it wasn't like second, third hand like that. They were straight from the source, and they just weren't consistent enough for me.
Yeah, I know Judo, he
And,
wiped out
you
our
know.
whole line of Eli on the yard.
Yeah.
Judo did it all by himself.
Yeah.
We that line of dogs my boy old James Pope had, and them dogs we bought out of Carolina, that one Molly B Snooty dog, he ended a lot of those dogs' careers, man. All in just checking the yard, you know? Every
Right.
black dog
Yeah.
on that yard got checked by him, didn't none of them pass the test, man. We had friends that had the same line of dogs. We was letting them bring their shit over trying to put him on judo, and then he was tearing their heads off, man, and they was just, they never made it to the box because they never passed that test. You know, you're going to be finding yourself getting scraped up off the floor
Yeah.
because they don't like getting
Yeah.
beat up. They don't like getting beat up. They will concede in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that same, you know, you're used to dominating. Well, what happens when you don't dominate? That's when people, dogs, whatever, pull up. Horses do it in races.
Yeah.
They get dominated by another horse, they'll pull up and they don't try and win.
Ron,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that's right.
It's the same thing with birds, chickens, whatever it is. And that's not to say there ain't dang Eli dogs. There are. I know people that have bred them, and you know they use it consistently and it's good. But overall, that's not false what we're saying.
Right.
They were like that, and not just the ones I had. I seen them all over the country.
Yeah,
They had a good one.
Yes, sir.
Bad son of a bitch. But they had some flaws, you know. Even Mr. Gray will tell you he had them, and eventually he got something else. He went more to the Dibo stuff mostly because they just would not work. They're just fucking lazy, man. You couldn't get him to do his key. So even on that, you know, he couldn't use them, you know. And he's never told me, oh, they were curs and stuff like that. It wasn't even that. It was something else. Lazy workers, cold dogs, late starters, like that. And I think one of the reasons people kept them was because they bite hard. So if they quit, they'll keep them and breed them because they bite hard. If they're lazy or cold, they'll keep them because they bite hard. For me, that ain't good enough, man. Because you start getting that flaws in there, they're fucking hard to get rid of, man.
Right. I mean,
So if you don't start with dogs like that, you lessen the problem of having dogs like that. And my buddy has used heavy inbred bully son dogs, but they were culled hard, they were checked hard, they were game as fuck. And there's just not a lot of them like that.
I was
So
back.
you have to start out
That's
the
right.
right way. It's like somebody, they could take the buck Mayday stuff, run it into the fucking ground, lose all the traits, keep them after they quit, and now they just tainted the name of Buck Mayday.
Yeah.
Because them dogs ain't like that. They known for stand. They known for being rugged and durable and shit, you know. But you can ruin anything like that.
Oh yeah, Ron John. You remember Ron Newman, right? He was running his line of boys dogs. He was like, I used to referee a lot of his matches. He said, "Twin, it's like for every 100 you're gonna give me, it's gonna be that one that that's gonna have that ability to stay there. He's gonna be that hard mob. He's gonna be rough as shit, and he's gonna be hard to beat because he ain't gonna be quick to quit. He'll beat you as long as you there. He's gonna beat on your ass till you quit." He said, "But I go through $100 to get that one. But when I get him, I got a winner."
Yep. And it could swing the other way. You could have dogs known for gameness, and you concentrate on gameness too much. No ability, no mouth, no style like that. All you got is a bunch of dead game dogs. The same shit, just the opposite way. That happens.
Right. But one damn thing for damn sure, what good is a game dog if I'm always got to scrape my shit up off the floor? I got to always concede. Can I get a courtesy scratch? And I'm losing?
Yeah. But you got to have that balance.
Nah.
And that's why, all bloodlines are good. All bloodlines have bad shit in it.
Yeah, but I tell you what, on Going Hard Yard,
which ones are you using?
That's right. You go down on Going Hard Yard, you're going to get game tested because you will never get $1 out of me on you. You go down and anything going down on that yard right there, you hit that flow and we got to come and save you, you're going to get saved by the game test. And that's what I drive on.
For competition purposes, it's not good enough.
No, that's right. If you can't make it through a row or, you can't even go bottom dog on my yard. Your career is over. You hear me? Y'all might as well go down there and start walking some dogs and warming them up because this one right here going to get tested before he go back on the chain. Because,
like and people, for some reason, they can't get it in their head. You can have all that. You can have gameness and mouth and intelligence and good air and balance and rough and rugged, all that stuff, man. You can have it consistently.
Yes, sir.
They ain't all going to be everything. They all ain't going to be Zebo or Art or Queen of Hearts or Tornado. But you can get close.
Yeah.
They're consistently well-rounded dogs that whatever you put in front of them, they have a good chance of beating.
That's right.
And if people would cull properly, breed properly, they could have that. They just end up making too many excuses. All the dogs bred this way. Oh, he's the last one of his blood. Oh, he quit, but he bites hard.
Yeah.
Oh, he's game, but he don't have no mouth and he don't have no style.
Yeah, I think I can fix that flaws. I think I can fix that flaws. I can fix that flaws. But Floyd, he didn't have no problem. He was a firm believer in that because he took Scrubs quitting ass and he turned around and got Eli out of him. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, Booze and all them, I mean, these was good dogs.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an uncommon thing.
Okay, and those are exceptions. And you can make something out of an exception. But what happens is it starts swinging too much that way.
Right.
Where people go, well, Boudreaux's whatever quit, so I'm going to keep this dog even if he quit. Well, there's no reason to compound it just because some other dog quit that you keep yours because he quit. Don't do that. Don't do that because now you doubled up on it. Now you tripled up on it. Now you got a whole family of dogs that have that trait in there where you don't have to do that. Take that exception Leave it where it is. Accept it. You got good dogs from it. Don't repeat it.
Right.
Don't keep doing it just because somebody else did it.
Mm-mm.
You know, it don't work out that way, man. And that's what people do. You know, I went to a Rolls one time, and these dogs were quitting in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, some of them screaming, hollering, this and that. And the guy afterwards kept all the dogs. 2 of them he had. 2 of them were his that quit. And he was going to keep them and breed them. And his excuse was, well, Bully Son quit. Well, this dog quit. Well, that dog. These dogs ain't nothing near what Bully Son was and what Bo and all them other dog, Rascal, whatever, you know. These dogs were ranked, quitting in a couple of minutes, crying and hollering. It's not the same, dude. And you can't put these dogs in the same category as them dogs, Snooty and all that, you know. Most of them dogs, they went through hell before they quit.
They
It
said
wasn't no 2 fucking minutes or 5 minutes,
Snooty
you know.
never quit. He was always
But
right.
that's the excuses people make. Well, that dog quit, so what?
But Atlas said Snooty never quit.
What's that?
Atlas said Snooty never quit.
Well, you know, it's opinion. It's you know, I did a video on Wood Snooty and conditions, the one where him and Rascal, they were just off the chain, out of shape, fat, 2 guys getting together, just rolling dogs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really a match, you know. And Snooty almost died. It was Crenshaw's wife who saved him, and good thing she did. But when you put dogs under those adverse conditions, I don't care what dog it is, guess what? They probably gonna quit.
Oh yeah, they're gonna pick
do,
life before death.
The best thing to do is don't do that.
Yeah.
Because if you bring them in right and they're fit and they're healthy and they're in shape and they quit, it's not your fault.
That's
it's
right.
The dog's fault.
But if you got any part of yours in there,
and
that's
weak
right.
And wormy, sick, and like that, and they go, oh, he's a cur. That ain't the dog's fault. That's your fault. Dumbass,
Yeah.
you shouldn't do that. You know, of course he quit. You know, even Bully Son, 1/3 low on blood. He had stitches in his mouth from biting through a chain when he went into Benny Bob. He was underweight and sickly and shit, and his blood count was real low, and he was a 49-pound dog going at 53. Stack everything against him. Of course he's gonna quit. What do you think gonna happen against a good dog?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, whether Bully Son quit or he just got his ass whooped, that don't matter. It's the condition that he was in that mattered. You shouldn't do that to dogs. And if you do it, take the fucking blame.
Right.
It's your
Accept it.
fault, not the dog's fault.
That's right.
They ain't machines, dude. Even a machine breaks down. They're not superhuman. But if you do them right, at least you don't have a guilty conscience. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I did this and that. No, you did your job. The dog either gonna do his or he ain't.
Hey, good boy. Did you rather see one get wrecked and stand there, or one that done the wrecking, go all the way over there and turn around and come back? Which one you taking home?
Neither one, probably.
Okay. Hey, that's my opinion too. But some say a little. Some say you'd be surprised if we had to do a poll.
I would have more respect for the one that got wrecked than the one doing the wrecking, and then he walk away and shit.
Well, I put it like this. Let me get a little bit more insight on the one that walked away. That walked away from the scratch. Okay, he had enough under him to walk across there. Okay? If you had enough to go all the way over there, compared to the one that don't move, you know, he could be in a bad situation. But the one who went all the way over there, he went down because he was already sick. You know what I'm saying? He put all his work in, but he was sick. But he still was able to walk across there and got over there and decided to look back and say, well, you know, I wasn't going back where I was at, you know what I mean? And not go ahead and continue this shit here because I don't feel good.
Yeah. And, you know, if he can go over there, why didn't he take hold?
Exactly.
Right?
He's too smart for me.
That's worse, I would say.
Right, he's too smart for me.
You know what I mean?
He's not a dummy.
Yeah.
And I don't need no smart ass. I need a dummy. You know what I mean? Because the dummy when it came on over there, got his ass stomped up a little bit more.
You need the stupid one.
Right. I don't like them dogs.
That's exactly that's the type of dog that I'm talking about that people make excuses for and take them home.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to do that, because under the same situation, different dog, another dog is going to go over there and take hold. He's going to continue. So that's the one I want, right?
Right.
We can talk about it all day long and make excuses and give reasons why dogs do what they do. But in the end, which one would you rather have? What type of dogs do you want? What are you going to keep? Right? I understand why people do that, you know. He wasn't feeling good or this or that, and I'm going to try him again. Okay, I understand that. But given the two circumstances, do you want the one under the same conditions that goes over there, don't take hold, basically gives it up, or do you want the one that goes over there and takes hold and tries to continue, try to finish the other one? That's the one I want. So that's what I mean. You call him out of your breeding program.
Right.
You know? It could have been a great show. He could have been a badass dog. But when he committed that error, that's when they out of my program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And people don't understand this, because they always say, well, it's a 50-50, all this stuff they say, make excuses, right? If you stop doing that, you'll get better dogs, and you won't be culling so many later on.
Right.
You just won't.
Right. And
because they all have that same thing in their mind. I'm gonna finish this sumbitch no matter what happens. They all gonna think like-minded, because that's the type of dogs they come from.
Mm-hmm.
We're always talking about the dog, you know, every trait can be passed on. Well, that trait can be passed on too. Finish can be passed on. Gameness can be passed on. So why would you keep dogs that don't have those things in them?
Exactly.
And for me, anyways, I just wouldn't do it.
Me either.
It's hard to do sometimes, but like I said, over time, you'll be calling less dogs. Believe me.
Mm-hmm. Like my people that was over there doing the like, you know, they got a lot of good dogs over there with they Boils line, right? And they have a couple of champions, but again, when he first started this and we were talking about breeding his line into the Mayday dogs, right? I told him, I said, the only problem I got with breeding into these dogs right here is they have that consistency of don't know when they're going to do it, but eventually somebody's going to do it. And it's going to be in just not that one, it's going to be in numbers. Once you see one do it, it's going to always keep showing up in your line. All it takes is to put the right dog on them.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
That's the problem with it. You know, the only way to fix that is if you're going to make that cross, regardless of the situation, the ones that do that, don't keep them.
Don't keep them.
And hopefully, again, over time, you can continue with them. Now, if say one line, like you said, they have that problem, right? You breed that into your stuff, into the Mayday stuff. You take those pups, go back to the Mayday stuff. Don't go back to the
Don't go back to the Boil stuff, right? You bring out that nut stuff.
And what you're hoping to do is retain that mouth, right? Just like the Eli dog, retain that mouth, but take it back to your stuff. Now you got the mouth, but you're sticking to the side that's more consistent.
Right.
And as you move forward, that other stuff becomes less and less. And you're trying to keep the trait, not the blood. You're trying to keep the mouth. So you're going to use the ones that show that mouth. But you're going back to the Mayday side, or whatever it is, and you continue with that. It just allows you to move forward with your blood. You threw a cross in there. Same concept. But you're looking for a specific trait. Don't go back to the other side. That's why I say with Eli, I love it. There's no doubt, but I'm also honest about it. It's like Jeep dogs. I had Jeep dogs. They ain't known for mouth. You tighten up on them, you ain't gonna have mouth. Once in a while, you get one here and there, but overall, you ain't gonna have it. So you need crosses in there. You need something like the Red Boy or the Rascal, you know, something else in it. And then you put the rascal in there. You can go back to the Jeep side, or you put the Bully Son or Skull or whatever. You can go back to the Jeep side, and you have mouth. You retain the mouth. That's the way you breed dogs.
That's right.
The Zebo, you like yours, they have a little bit of Zebo, right?
Yep.
So you got the hard bite and stifle shit. You can line breed your Mayday stuff, whatever it is, but it's got that Zebo in there, and that trait is continually to be passed on generation to generation.
Yep.
It don't have to be up front. If you're using the dogs that have that trait, retain that trait, and they can pass it on, you ain't never gonna lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's way back there. And that's where people really kind of get it in their head. You know, I need to bring that back to the front. No, you don't. If you never lose it, why do you need to bring it back?
Exactly. But you got to know what you're doing when you do that. You know, you ain't going to find that being no down 13, 14, 16-month-old females and coming in heat. You're not going to get it because you're not checking the bitch. Okay, if you just breeding the bitch because the way she bred, then you're really not getting, you're guessing.
Yep.
You're really guessing.
And you know, you don't have to do that. That's my point. You don't have to do that.
Right.
Don't have to guess. Find out.
That's right.
Find out. That way you know for sure.
My man!
You can have all the hard-biting, gamest dogs, a whole bunch of them. You're still going to get ones that quit. It don't matter how they're bred, who they off of, don't matter. But what you're trying to do is lessen that part of it. You accept, hey, I'm going to have some dogs that quit. I just call them out of my program. Keep the ones that don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. So, you know, people sometimes, you know, it's hard. It's a hard game. It's a hard life. You have to be hard. Some people ain't built for it. But again, in the long run, you'll improve your dogs and you won't be culling so many fucking dogs. Or you won't be breeding so many culls, dogs you should have got rid of.
Right.
You know, out of your program. So it ain't like, you know, oh, you got to be hard and skull drag them. That ain't the point. The point is consistency.
Right. And if I'm getting hard and they getting skull dragged,
they don't kill nothing.
Hey, look, if I'm getting,
don't put them in their breeding program.
Hey, if my dogs are getting all skull drug and you know what I'm saying, and ain't making it to the box, at least they're making it back to the chain. Now, I'm pretty well consistent about doing that. So sooner or later, I'm going to land what I'm looking for. At least I ain't got a bunch of curves going back on the chain. Talking about, I'm going to fix that by putting a gamer dog to that.
I don't care what the dog is. If it don't quit, I ain't getting rid of it. Even if I'm not going to breed it, I'll put in somebody's hands that likes him or something. You know?
Yep.
I ain't going to call a dog that don't quit. That's just me.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm going to use them. Doesn't mean I'm going to breed them. Don't mean I'm going to compete with them. But I just feel that if a dog don't quit, he deserves to fail.
Yeah. That's like little yellow.
Maytu was one of them.
Maytu was one of them. He was one of them.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Maytu was a good dog, man.
I just think we put Maytu on the wrong dog that day because Maytu could have been a master dog. We just put the right dog on him.
And he went down, Mo.
And once you go down on our yard, your career is over. You will never get master on this yard.
I mean, we had a tough yard to be calling with in the first place.
And we got dogs like Bucko, and you know these dogs was scratching to the bitter end.
These was gonna kill us, and so you taking the best of your shit and you putting it on, trying to keep the best of your shit. And there was a lot of good dogs that we really let get away because they couldn't pass that test amongst the shit that what we consider and what we was using.
Right. And well, that's understandable, you know. And like I said, the culling part don't mean you don't have to kill them. No. Just don't use them.
That's it.
Them the ones that got off the yard and went to other people's hands and
produce them like hell. It sure did. Each one of them males produced. They did. Each one of them males that I'm talking about went on to produce. Maytu, Yellow Nico. You know what I'm saying? Bucko. All them dogs didn't make the team, but they
Alexa, answer the call. Hey, schoolboy, that might be my Alexa, Ron. You know, it might have a little time limit on it because I got my phone wired through it.
Yeah.
But just keep calling back,
no
man.
problem,
I appreciate
bro.
that, bro.
No problem. Yeah. Like I said, with my stuff, the dogs that I cut loose, they weren't bad dogs. They just weren't good enough for me, for my program. They didn't have the traits that I liked or whatever. But other people got them. They liked them. They won with them. They bred them.
Yeah.
They like them. You know, that's different from something to just quit and, you know, whatever. They for them, the people liked them, or else they wouldn't have got them and they wouldn't have kept them. And they proved themselves. They beat champions. They beat two-time winners. They produced good dogs for them. You know, that's okay. You know.
And you don't feel bad.
Some of them.
You don't feel bad when that happens, though. I mean, do you have a little regret sometimes when that happens?
No, no, because I you know, like I said, I kept certain dogs for certain reasons. I had standards, and if they didn't meet that, I didn't mind cutting loose of them, because you know I had consistency, and the dogs I kept had the traits I liked. You know, for example, you know, some dogs I got, they were hard mouth and they were fast, but they weren't durable. They weren't thick enough bone.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had kept those, they would have knocked my bone structure down. I couldn't have that. You know, my dogs, you know, they could take punishment. You know, mine did, like when they get bit hard, they didn't cry or scream or like that. They just took it. Where some of these other ones, they would do that. They let you know they got bit, it hurt. That's something I didn't want in my dogs.
Right.
So no, I don't regret. You know, I kept what I wanted for particular reasons. Every single one of them, you know, and they proved over time to be consistently that way.
That's right.
Even my stuff, the ones that quit, they wouldn't jump out or run away. They would just stand there and take the count. They were done. They were finished.
Mm-hmm.
So even that, I had a standard for that. You know, don't embarrass me. Just okay. If you're finished, that's it. Stand there, take the count, and quit. Right? And it usually took a lot to make them quit.
Right.
So even that, I had a standard for that. You know.
Sometimes a better dog will bring it out of them. You know, I think at some point, all dogs,
Hey.
you know, you got a better
And
dog on you.
ant machine, you know, you can wear them out. You know, one that Howler dog, he was a good dog, man. My friend even told me, he goes, you know, Richard, if someone had a yard full of dogs like Howler, they'd be good. You're gonna win most of the time. And he was wore out too. He was 3.5 years old when he quit. He had off the chain in 1:10. He won in 1:15. He won in 47 minutes. He was a finisher too.
Mm-hmm.
He lost in 2:08 and he quit. At 3.5 years old, pit time, including matches and rolls, he had over 10.5 hours on him. I just beat the shit out of him, you know. So I don't blame him for quitting. That's a lot to put on a dog. And, you know, that can happen. They flesh and blood, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's when they look back up at you and shit, and you know you
I can't count how many rolls he had, but I kept track of them. You know, I have it all written down in my notebook, you know. And that's basically what he had, 10.5 hours. Big Red, who lived to be 15 years old, he had over 9.5 hours. So he didn't even have the time that this young dog had on him, you know. And it just, he was so tough and durable, I kept putting dogs on him. He just beat him up, man. And he took punishment well. He didn't even have a lot of scars on him, you know, he was so rough. And he knew how to finish a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And he was smart enough to stay out of trouble while he was doing it, you know. So there are just certain things I didn't like about him. He scratched slow. He was kind of freaky, you know, temperament shit. So even if he hadn't quit, I probably wouldn't have bred him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I let my dogs scratch fast and hard. So someone else could have took him and done something with him. They could have bred him. He could have threw good dogs. But again, it's just my preference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the way I think everybody should be. You know, don't fit your program if it's something you don't like. If it's a major flaw, don't include them in your program.
Mm-hmm.
People have a hard time doing that, and usually it's because of the damn pedigree. You know, you see all this. Look at the way it's bred and this and that. I'm telling you, man, we call dogs right off a Jeep. We call grandsons of Red Boy. I call grandchildren of Robert, Hall's Robert, Squirrely Shirley and shit, you know? So it ain't, you know, you want to talk about pedigrees, this is back when the dogs were close to the source. All of these ROM dogs, champion dogs and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So in today's time, there ain't no excuse for me, you know, not to do that. You know, it's like I explained to somebody, Buck, great dog, great producer. I was looking through the magazines, and in one issue where I think it was his first son or second son, made champion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got his championship certificate in Boy Dog Journal. In that same issue, 2 of his sons quit in matches. So it's gonna happen. That takes nothing away from Buck. He was a great dog, a great producer, but dogs are still gonna quit off a great dog, off a great producer. So why make excuses because a dog's bred a certain way to keep them? If back in the day we were calling dogs right off these dogs, where you say I got this blood in my dog's pedigree, that don't make sense to me.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You can find that in any dog. I don't give a shit what dog it is. Bully's Hunt, Snooty, Jeep, O'Neill, don't matter. All of them had dogs that quit, and all of them had dogs that were matched that quit in matches. But overall, consistently good producers, consistently winners, champions, grand champions, all that. So you want to keep those good ones, man. You don't want to make excuses and keep the ones that quit because they're bred this way.
Right.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good. We headed on 12 o'clock here. That was a good thing there, Schoolboy. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We get off topic sometime, but that's, you know, stuff has to be said, and we got to put it out there. So
right.
It's a good show. Stompanato, definitely a great producer, and I kind of agree. There's not really a line called Stompanato, you know, and for different reasons, but it takes nothing away from him. And like we said, man, that stuff was used all over the damn place.
Yes, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, it's
all right,
always a privilege.
On out. Angie, give me that funny look like she wants something, so I'm gonna go check it out.
Oh yeah, always do that. Always do that. You're a stud dog. You're supposed to smell it in the air. You're supposed to bing her.
Yeah.
Boy, I look ever came, you know.
I can get her to lie for me and say I am a stud.
No, not when y'all been together as long as y'all been together.
She won't embarrass me in public.
Right. But believe me, y'all been together way too long for her to baby and be a question. I ain't got to ask, you know. That's it.
Way too long, brother. Way too long.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, as usual, man, you know, I'd be so happy when you stop by. You know, I seen somebody say in the chat, Schoolboy called in. You know what I mean? And I almost said it. I almost said it right when I was like, I didn't see you in the chat, so I didn't want to say nothing. But when you called in, I said he must have seen that. So I appreciate you doing that, bro.
Yeah, that was part of it. And then somebody texted me or messaged me or something. I said, man, I better call in, you know. And it was a good topic. I just, you know, I don't want to take over the whole show and all that. But
you don't be taking over the show. You be helping me, man. You be taking me off the, you be unleashing me off the chain. I be that puppy running around the yard. You still screaming. You need to put a shot collar on me because I'll turn the all the way over to you. And just sit back. It's like a kid's supposed to. Go ahead, Dad. Handle your business, Dad.
Appreciate it,
Appreciate the love, fam.
All right, brother.
All right, now, big bro. Thank you as always, okay? You always appreciate it. Definitely love.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Y'all know y'all better give us some thumbs up and some muscles and some roses today because Big Bro was on the line. He's stepping in, making his rounds. Uh-oh, we got Ram calling in. Hey, Ram. Ram.
What's cracking? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mike said call on his number. Hold on, hold on. He gonna give it to you right quick.
813 298 3643.
All right, big bro. Yeah, man. And Schoolboy come in, boy, he be putting it out there. I liked when he all running through pedigrees and shit. You know what I'm saying? He be knowing all them damn things. Like, you know, I gotta pull up a couple of them. And but so many of them I know. But you know, I was always a Stompanato fan.
Mic check.
Mic check one. Yeah, we still in there, man.
Where Ram, man? He got my number.
Let me go send the folk caliber at him. I got on there waiting with the yeah, that was a good one though. That was a good one. Y'all got to admit. You know, the things and the extra things you learn. Now, you know, we still haven't came to the conclusion. Is he half staff? Is he off of snow? Could he have been off of snow? Could he be half staff? Based on the lines in the
Alexa, call Welcome Down Ram.
That's Walk 'em Down Ram, right?
Yes.
Calling Walk 'em Down Ram's mobile.
Yo,
What up, bro?
yeah,
I
Okay.
figured we call you instead. Okay.
hell yeah, my ass wrote the wrong shit down.
Happy New Year, bro.
Happy New Year, Big Bro.
Happy New Year, fam. Yeah, boy, y'all was cooking so good, man. I ain't want to really interrupt. Y'all trying to get off without me getting on, ain't finna happen. Told you I'll be here first and the last.
Okay.
I seen you in the chat getting them right, getting their head right, bro.
Yeah, but I gave y'all my word, so I'll come through. Hey, what's up? Happy New Year, fam.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
here I am.
Hey,
My
bro.
word means something to me.
Well, I got you in there. You already know the poll question of the night, right?
Yeah.
You seen the poll, right?
Yep.
Okay. Would you deal with a half staff in a situation of
yeah.
Stompanato?
Yeah, I had half staff.
Okay.
Chat with him. That's why old Doodoo Brown be trying to get on my helmet about it. But that's really a point of pride for me. I was able to take something that wasn't considered to be a game shit and still pulling it off. But my staff was only staffed by name, not by blood. You know, it's one of them deals where they just hid the dogs under the name of the staff as opposed to breeding for a staff trait.
Okay. Well, I understand. I got you on that. But, because again,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
we
on
have
paper,
one.
yeah, it said it was the staff, but it was some of the stuff that made, you know, the pit bull what it is today. It was, all right, fam. Think along the lines of the expert and the old tutor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Black Demon and all them, Black Jack, all them dogs was in my dogs. So technically, on paper they was staffs, UKC registered, but on the pit, hell no. And fuck your shit up, boy.
Mm.
Well, while I got you on the line, we had 158 votes tonight.
Okay, that's good shit. Motherfuckers is engaged.
Yes, sir. Poll question was, Carver's Stompanato registered merit is a lot of good dog pedigrees. Is in a lot of good dogs' pedigrees. Should it matter if he was half staff? We had 27% that said yes, and we had 73% that said no.
Well, I get why some of the people would say no, because they thinking staff like just the show staff, you know? So yeah, I wouldn't want just no show shit in my shit like that.
How many of y'all gonna admit it though? How many of that 73% gonna admit he got stabbed in his shit though? Huh?
I mean, if they real about it, they should be point of pride shit.
But you just got to talk about Doodoo Brown. But you said Doodoo Brown was getting on you about your shit.
What you say? Say that again, OG?
You said Doodoo Brown was getting on you about your half staff shit.
Yeah, I ain't give a fuck though.
I mean, that's all I'm saying.
That
I
shit-
mean, you know what I'm
that shit didn't
saying?
bother me at
I
all.
mean, why would they want to bother you about it if 73% of people don't care?
Hey, bro, but while we talking about it, I did say we are actually talking about a legendary dog, Stompanato. ROM. We're already if you're in the dogs and we particularly talking about this dog. Come on now, that dog produced a lot of good shit. It went on to produce shit. So that I'm looking at the question and taking it that if y'all did your homework, I would have thought my yeses would have been a lot lower than that, considering we're not talking about any dog. We're actually talking about Stompanato, which has a history.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with you guys? What the hell?
Like, they just gonna have a quarter of poodle in them. I would have gave him fuck shit. Backing my bitch up to him. We just gonna call all the curly hair motherfuckers.
Okay.
The rest we take it out, shit.
This is a new
At that
line. I
point,
got
it is what it
Cordell.
is, bro. Shit.
I got
Look
Cordell.
at some of the more recent dogs in history. You'll see a lot of them had that staff in them, especially if you can see some pictures of them. You notice they had that hump on the top of their shoulders, just like an old staff.
That's true.
Yeah, that's that knot, that muscle knot right there. Yeah.
Exactly, like a Brahma bull.
Yep.
You feel me?
Yep.
Exactly. So you look at Paladin, he had it. Whiskey, she had it. You know, and they're both champion dogs, both long haul and short order cooks. You feel me?
Wow.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to my man Pit Dog in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, Pit Dog?
I see my brother out there. I got to give him a shout out because he disappearing on me sometimes. But when I see him, I'm gonna give him my love. What up, Pit Dog?
Pit Dog he's the Jeffersons now. He's moving on up.
Yeah, old Pit Dog.
Yeah, he's moving on up. He don't got time. He got a little time for us. But hey, shoot, when you moving on up, boy, you get caught downstairs outside too long. Mama look over there at that balcony and see your ass down there talking to them boys. Don't you let them boys alone. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
You
the
know.
street lights on, get your ass back around.
Get your ass on back up here. Yeah. Okay.
Big shout out to my man Mozzie Nation. What's up, fam?
That's a good little homie right there. I fuck with Mikey for real. Like on offline type shit. It's a solid cat.
Bro.
And he got that race car over there for you.
No, y'all be still racing cars, man.
Me not so much because they put a fucking street race task force out here. So, you know, all my shit be fucking at the track or on the private strip and shit like that. You know, when you go into the warehouse district no more, they treat me shit like fast and furious. But only because irresponsible motherfuckers find these Hellcats, Camaros and shit trying to race on the surface street doing traffic, crashing into motherfuckers, killing and shit.
Yeah.
Just being irresponsible. You feel me? Same thing with the dogs. Motherfuckers get these dogs that don't got a brake stick. You a new old motherfucker trying to take a game bred dog to the dog park. Wondering why it look like Friday the 13th.
Right. And everybody looking at you strange, like while your dog eating somebody up. Get him! He should have brought him over here.
Yeah, exactly. So same with anything powerful, man, you gotta have that fucking powerfully responsibility, bro. What the old adage with great power comes great responsibility. So yeah, I still be racing them, but just not as much.
I'm gonna be triple X and pull up on all y'all with my bicycle.
I got one of them too. I'm scared of that motherfucker. I was doing a top speed run in my Challenger, and I had my boy on my bike. I'm doing fucking 190, 195, getting it up to 200. That motherfucker shot past me like I was stuck on the chain. I was like, God damn, how fast was it going? He's like, shit, it passed the speedometer. On the speedometer, it say 260. So yeah, I'm scared to ride that motherfucker because I've never rode a fucking motorcycle like mopeds, dirt bike, shit like that. But this a whole rocket ship, man. I'm gonna have to really learn how to ride.
I ain't but $150, and I'm going so fast. I felt like the wind was gonna blow me away from the bike, man. I be
That's
ready.
how I be feeling.
Yeah, man.
I had 1100
Hurricane.
Honda Hurricane. You know, it only had
Yeah.
200 on there. That's
Yep.
as fast as I would take it, and I still had throttle because I had to bore it out, and I never got a chance to just have it completely throttled out. That 200 scared the dog shit out of me, man.
Yeah, the fastest I ever went get in a car was 207. No, I don't know how fast my Challenger go now with all the updates. Shit, I ain't fucking took it out and tried it. Should be a little faster than that, but yeah, 200 anything on the bike? Fuck no, I ain't doing it. I'm a daredevil, but I dare not.
It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I rode by the state patrol so damn fast. I seen the lights go on, then I seen them go back off.
Yeah, he like, fuck that shit, man. I ain't gonna do that.
Like,
I ain't nothing. Yeah, this motherfucker going way too fast.
that motherfucker seen that
Knew he
bike.
couldn't catch it.
He wasn't gonna get me. But hey, man, look, we're at that time of the show, fellas. Everybody's still stuck around, hanging out with us on this Talk Shit Tuesday. First show of the year. Big shout out to my big brother walking down Ram and Schoolboy coming through. You know Schoolboy come through, show the love. Need y'all to show y'all love with the thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, be nice and give us some damn roses. Give us some roses. We need them damn roses.
You know, show the love, y'all. We do this after every show. Y'all already know. Y'all, man, y'all need to tighten up.
Y'all need to tighten up.
It's y'all house. Y'all supposed to be, look, I come here. I'm always coming. It might be late, but hey, you got to put your finger down on that thing and hold it down a little bit. You know we got to do it. Even when we don't want to do it, we must do it. We got to show the love, man, because why do we keep showing up to the show if we can't show the love? Because we lazy.
I need to get them likes up, man. I need to get them likes up. I need participation. I need them subscriptions to fall through. I need them damn likes to come up. Yeah, I'm begging now because this is a whole new year. We're going to start this party out right. We're coming into a whole new thing. I just want to make sure that I can keep you sitting in that chair and me keep wanting to get you in the damn chair. So as much love y'all want to show, keep this thing moving. I know we still talk about bulldogs, but damn it, we love these damn dogs. And we're going to show a little bit more respect for these damn dogs in this damn show going into 2024. Appreciate the love, everybody. Hey, look, I'm going to get ready to do this. Ram, you going to hang around with me, bro, while we take this out, fam?
Ram, you go ahead and hit that disclaimer while he can ready to pump up that music.
Fam.
Ram, I said hit that disclaimer while Mike queuing up the music.
Hey, man, none of this shit is intended for nor should you be trying to use it towards any illegal purposes or activities. If you is using it for that shit, you didn't hear it over here. If you just so happen to say you heard it from over here and try to tell on anybody from here, especially me, when I see you on the yard, I'm stabbing you to the floor. The fucking first Monday of the year, man. Let's fucking make this year great. Don't start off here on no sucker shit, man. Start it off solid. Feel me?
Yes, sir.
Work hard all year. You gonna be something by the end of this motherfucker. I'm working on shit to myself. I ain't just saying that because it sounds cool. I actually live what I say. If I could do it, you could do it. Shit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now, I've been trying to stay away from the Mayday dogs and the yellow dogs and shit, you know. I've been putting a lot of attention to the Eli stuff, y'all gotta admit. You know, I done did some banjo, I done did some cool, I done did some DSK, you know, okay? Because I don't want everybody always thinking I'm gonna be like, I just straight and Mayday man, but you know what I'm coming back to now. I go back to that shit, I don't want to hear your mouths, because guess what? Y'all ain't gonna like what I'm gonna tell you. Right. Them yellow dogs is still, that red boy shit is just some consistent shit. Whether it's Red Boy, Yellow John, Yellow Jocko, don't motherfucking matter. That Red Boy shit is the shit. Very consistent.
Can't forget about that Bucks. I always say.
Well, look, we got Fitzwater, Goldie, and Eli shit. Okay.
Right.
Even back then, they was crossing Yellow John and Red Boy dogs into the Bully Son shit. There's a reason why. And even then, it was showing the work. Hey, we ain't gonna complain. This is part of the game.
That's one of the reasons why you put it out there, because you was like, man, look at this big Cody Fitzwater back here, man.
If we ain't go to Fitzwater, that's Zeke shit, man. That's Indian Bolio. You know what I'm saying? That's that Bolio. That's the Buck shit. Those are very, very important integrates in the creation of the dogs that we play with. You know what I'm saying? And when you got that type of consistency, and you steady seeing great dog, man, popping this shit up everywhere, you know, you got the results that you got. But ain't nothing more consistent than that Red Boy. Now that Bolio, you gotta give it to Bolio, because they put Bolio in the same category with that yellow shit. It came up with all that gas and shit, Untouchables. You know what I'm saying? Some of that Hollingsworth. You know what I mean? A lot of great dogs.
Leaky.
Yeah, Miss Leaky, yeah, that's right. A lot of great dogs come up out of that shit. You know, Yellow Buck, I mean, we can keep going. These dogs right off a buck, you know? And, hey, you got to admit, though. You got to admit, that Zeke, that Fitzwater's Goldie, major piece to that. Major piece to that. Because it always seemed
when you
to
go
work.
back and you study how what type of dog Zeke was and shit, you will see he was a hard bite face dog, real smart, lot of talent, you know. That shit just carried on down through there. Now Zeke was a nice Heinz cross dog.
Sir.
And he was game. Don't forget that part. They were trying to put that gameness into that black shit. That it was, you know, black, white. You know, they do come in colors, but you know, they was trying to put gameness to that shit. A little bit more deeper gameness. They got the ability. They got the mouth.
You won't walk away from it. You won't
Right.
put them on down and crumble them up. You will finish the job. You won't just be no rank curve and walk away because you tired of whooping his ass. You were like, all right, you tired of getting your ass whooped, you tired of living.
That's right.
You still need that top side of the game to stay on them long enough to finish. Good to see everybody back though. Killing nobody and getting killed.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Hey, look, I want to thank everybody for showing up for the first show of the year, Talk Shit Tuesday. Big shout out to everybody who showed up there in the Shark Tank. As usual, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Love you, man. To all my brothers on the back street.
We see y'all, man.
See
Down
y'all,
to 700 people with 700 views tonight, y'all.
Hey, man, y'all know, we know y'all out there. And we want y'all to know, we see you, fam.
We see y'all, man.
Yes, sir. And to my man, Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, blessing us with the love.
To my pimp player, big brother, Big Steppin'.
Walking down
Ram. As always, thanks for stepping through, baby.
Yo.
Let
them know, baby. You know, that's family right there.
This year. Let them go.
Yes, sir.
Switch, goddamn it.
Hey, man, y'all keep supporting the channel. Y'all keep showing up, showing the love. You know, we're getting through the hard times of the, you know, as far as economy. Economy does what it does, but we still make it happen. You know, anybody who wants to help donate to the situation, you already know the Cash App. You already know the super stickers and stuff. You know, all that stuff. Believe me, it does wonders and it does help. But
Hell yeah, that keeps the show rolling, man. That's
right.
why all donations are appreciated.
all
And
donations.
if you're a business owner, that's a tax write-off. So you feel me?
Most
Just
deaf.
take a fucking super chat receipt. You can write that off at the end of the year. Get that money back.
Hey,
You really just, helping out for free. And costing you nothing.
Well,
I'm trying to get this merchandising up off the ground and carrying on, so that gives me a chance to get more into my computers and be a lot more creative. But you know, again, we wouldn't be this far if it don't be for y'all, so don't let the boat stop here, you know what I mean? Donate, because as much as you donate, it always goes back to the channel, and it doesn't matter if it was 99 cents, regardless of what it is, it's always going to be appreciated. But one thing that I want everybody to know going into the new year, as a dog community and lovers of these dogs, a lot more unity is going to take these dogs, and not just our channel, but other channels, a long way. Support your fellow dog members. You know what I mean? I think 2023, a lot of bullshit. You know, a lot of things. I'm too old to go through a whole bunch of bullshit. So, the more unity we have, the better off the situation is going to be for everybody. Simply because what we do here, it can resonate beyond here. So, you can show the love here, which a lot of you guys do, because I see you in different places. That's what you call showing the love. That's like a family. When I see these guys out, and I know you guys, when y'all see each other out, some people might see each other and put, you know, salute everybody in the damn room. Well, that list gets long after a while. So sometimes you just don't want to go through the whole list, and you just, that's why I stick to the Shark Tank. When I see everybody somewhere else, you know, hope other channels don't be offended, but I'm going to represent my family with my sharks, as far as big shout out to the Sharks, because that's part of my family.
Yeah, we ain't never gonna be offended. We gonna support it.
There you go.
Put it up on the screen when you do pop it up.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
in the Shark Tank too, goddammit.
Yes, you are. So,
Yeah, there's no place from us.
so regardless of where we go and where we show up, that's the way I represent. And I want y'all to keep representing. But that just shows it's possible. I see it happening. And the more we do it, the better things will be. Support each other, support the channel, and you know, and look, you guys, it doesn't always have to be about money. It could be just about hitting the damn like button or hitting the subscribe button. To all the viewers who watch this video after the live, try it. Don't forget to hit the like button. You can't
Or
donate.
share it. Shit.
The least you can do.
My dog partners.
That's right. Share it.
Yeah, watching it now or just look, I didn't know they was on.
There you go.
And then be the ones that be in the back street.
Yeah.
See this shit jump up the post or something. You feel me? A lot of them be motherfuckers who then got the link and just enjoying the show. So yeah, like, subscribe, you share, all that shit is free, bro.
That's
It
free.
only take a couple of seconds.
That's all, and I mean that to my people out on the back street, because I know y'all be out there. You might not be all in the computer, but you'll be around enough to watch the show. So hey, take time to hit that like button and share. And if you haven't already subscribed, just subscribe. You know, these are things that help the channel, and I think that's the least you could do.
And doing that, it moves the algorithm forward. So you start getting more eyes on the channel. More eyes mean more ad hits. So even if you can't donate monetarily, just by doing that, you technically helping monetarily.
Well, I appreciate you. I really appreciate you saying that, my brother Ram, because you know, even though I'm computer literate, I always say it's a YouTube thing, it's an algorithm thing. But you said that so gracefully, because again, it's all about helping the channel, and it don't cost you nothing but a little bit of time. And I'm not talking about no 10 seconds. I mean, you can hit a like button, a notification button, a subscribe button, and a share button in less than 15 seconds. All of them.
Hell yeah, it takes you longer to take your dog off the chain than it do to do all three, bro.
That's right. great analogy, bro. But you look, y'all, that's all we looking to do going into the new year, to make things a little bit bigger and better. But one damn thing, regardless of what's going on around here, you know, we have a lot going on. Every Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday, and every Friday for a Hot Mic Friday, we're gonna be here. As hard as it might be sometimes, I still pull my boy back, drop that collar off, set up that chair. I know he ain't gonna let me down. He might be getting a little slow when it's scratching because he's getting old. But one damn thing for sure, I know when I
He
climb over
scratching.
that wall, he coming.
Yeah, he scratching mouth to mouth.
Yeah, damn right. That got
He going over there taking hold.
that boy, goddamn it, when he see that wall, when he see that camera, he coming. And that's all I do, and I believe in him that much. I want him to know that he gonna be screaming. All I want him to do is just once he get here, I cut him loose. He gonna do what he do. Because one damn thing that we both have in common, we always. Ram, let him know. We always scratch to win. That's it, baby. Now get
Shout
some
out
of
to
that.
my big brothers, Big Steppin', Rockin' Down Ram for joining me tonight, man. Schoolboys, thank to y'all, man. Everybody that came to the show, man. Love y'all, man.
All right, bro. I'm looking to have you on because I'm actually gonna have you a special guest. So get ready to have. I'll let you know the conversation beforehand, but it don't matter because you're already gonna chime in regardless. But I appreciate you saying that.
Appreciate that though. That's professionalism right there. 'Cause when we interview, that's how we do people.
Yes, sir.
Give them the questions, you know, where to ask. If there's any questions they don't want to ask, you know, we respect that. Well, hell yeah, that's you building up on your professionalism by doing it like that.
Yes, sir, bro. You
More
know that.
motherfuckers will be comfortable talking to you when they know what they expect. You feel me?
Well, you already know I'm trying to get like my big brothers over there, 7-8 Sports in the panel. You know how that works, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm copycatting.
Yeah,
I ain't never been afraid of that.
That's how the game I got from doing this. Ain't no copycat shit. You my big brother. Take that shit.
That's right,
Use
baby.
it.
So big shout out to everybody out there. We're gonna see y'all Friday. Until then, everybody stay safe. Ride out with it. Deuces.
My dog of the night, let me see. We were talking about Stompanato. So I guess I'm going to have to go do the dog of the night. Tonight's going to be the great Stompanato.
Let's pick back up on this on Friday too.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, because I got some information, yeah. Yeah.
I used to run a little bit of that wild side. I'll give you a little bit of insight on it.
Oh, yeah, especially on that wild side stuff because, you know, we had, you know, I seen Rennie when she down there on Tony Wade's yard, you know, and she was off in Rennie Day. She was a bad bitch, though,
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, I had some badass wild side shit. And they was fucking winners too. You feel me? Winners and they wasn't no slouch. Bring that back up too. There's a whole dog out there.
We gonna definitely have to catch in on the next ride, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Be back on Friday. Talk that shit and spit some spit.
Yeah, always welcome to do that, man. You're part of the show. You know that.
I appreciate that too.
Yeah, man.
Feel like
You know what I'm saying? I be heading over your house here. You would come out there and read and I sent Mike that pedigree and what it looked like. I'll send it to you. You know which one?
yeah.
Yeah, man. You see how that shit look, boy? That's classified. That's classified information.
I already know. I'm locked in for that. You already.
Oh yeah, we turning it. You got to turn the key at the same time to get that information. Hey, when you see the other part that I'm going to add to that, man. When you see the other part that I'm going to do with the other one, yeah, you know there's two of them females. Hey,
Yeah, I know.
wait till you see what I'm going to do with the other. Oh, it's going to kill you. I'm trying to tell you now, I'm going to be Maurice Carter to the junior, man. Mess around with y'all. You know what I mean? They're going to be like, boy, these boys are putting what the jump is going to together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to tell you. Okay? I ain't gonna lie to you. Psychiatrist called me today. The goddamn cardiologist called me today. Everybody called me today. You alright? Yeah, I'm alright. You know what I'm saying? I ain't in the mood to talking to y'all. It's too close to the first of the year. You know what I'm saying? I want to be emotionally drained already. So y'all call me after the 13th. Yeah,
yeah, I told them y'all call me as the 13th and I'll do all your appointments, all y'all, anything y'all want after the 13th. Right now, I'm gonna enjoy the first part of this year because it could be my last. Well, I'm doing everything. Hey man, I'm doing everything that I can do to make these people alive. But you know, as doctors and people that's looking out for my better health, you know, I can't tell them to stop telling me something that's true. You know what I mean? And then it makes it seem like I'm trying to be in denial. And I'm trying to be in denial. I'm just trying to take it the way it is. I'm just showing you if I can talk about it, I can be about it. That means it ain't shit to me. I'm gonna scratch it. So that's all that counts. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Bulldog. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Not real bulldog.
Hell yeah, because you better believe the doctors do not let you forget that your ass has heart failure. They ain't gonna tell you nothing nice. They're gonna just keep on reminding your ass you got heart failure. You know, you have
Checking in, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, they want me to go take the sleep apnea thing. They want me to go in and stay there overnight. They want me to go in and go talk to the psychiatrist about my little other shit. You know, as far as the surgery. And, you know, there's a bunch
Yeah, they
of
want to
shit.
hit your insurance. That's all.
I'm BA. They can get it all. I'm BA. As long as y'all don't send me the damn bill, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Collect as much as you want. I don't hear nobody up there offering me no new heart though. I ain't heard them say nothing about no transplant. I ain't heard them say nothing about no valves. No, all they got me on is medicine. And a box that's gonna shock the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, always, you know, that's it. So, you know, I'm gonna take it like that. You know what I mean? I'm a dog in the key. You know, I'm going for my grand championship. If I can make it down to 2024, y'all gonna know. Because I'm gonna be a happy person. You know, because every year is a 1 year for me that, you know, it's a challenge for me to get through. So, I'm gonna enjoy what I can. That's right. Tell you now, I got a good handler. He picked me up and shake me in that corner. You know how to slap me in the head with that rag. Wake me up. Yeah, he put that water on me. He didn't know. When I spaced this motherfucker, he gonna go. Everybody else worried about it, but I ain't. You know I ain't gonna let him down. I know I mean sometimes he do a 1 or 2 count on me. But I ain't gonna let him get to 10. It gonna never happen. I'm coming. He's riding out with me, but he know what's up. You know what's up. You know it. Keep me motivated. I mean, you know what? Lately, ever since, you know, I was, Mike made that comment about me slipping away, and, you know, and my mind is getting away from this. You know, I have more fans. I mean, this is when you know you got fans. When they start hitting your phone and they start hitting your email, and you know, Backstreet people, they come in, they tell their whole story of why they don't do shit. You know what I'm saying? But they there. They tell you one thing they do, man. We need you. We need this. You know, shit. This is the thing right here. You know what I mean? And they give you that motivation. And hey, man, there's guys out there that really appreciate what we do, man. A lot of people out there appreciate what we do, man. And they let me know that. And they let me know that, man. Hey, you think I didn't hear that too? You think I didn't hear that too? See, they be trying to fill in some weekdays because, you know, the ones that usually be interesting, they say they ain't interested no more. You know, there's too much bullshit coming along. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then 7, 8 and them, they done went Patreon and they missed that. You know, y'all was a filler in for a lot of gaps. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all need to come back out there. Yeah, with the YouTube people, we miss y'all. Yeah, we glad. We is glad. We miss y'all, man. The YouTube fans out there, we miss y'all, man. That's one thing I heard a lot about that too. Yeah. You definitely got to give us at least once a week, at least. You know what I mean? At least once a week. Tell the general man, you do at least once a week.
Yeah,
we gotta have it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's right, fellas. We got the rope till you get here. We got the rope till you get here. Oh, Will, man, you already know that. Love you guys.